Hello. Hello, Draco Kraken. Hello, Timothy. How are you? Good evening. I hope you're doing well. For some reason, um, my reactive seems to be, not doing as I wish it would. Hey, Pizza Funk. Um, how are you? But, yeah, so I don't know. When, when Boo comes in later on, we'll see if it works. I don't know. It used to be a little different reactive. Made it so it was easy to change like, you know, profile pictures and stuff to make it so that things were more uniform. But now it looks like it's not as easy as it was before. So we'll see how that goes. Good, you. I'm doing well, thank you. Um, I am not losing my voice today, which is much better than it was last week, and I apologize for that. Um, you know how it be when you gotta talk every day for work, and then you come in and talk some more during the weekend. Your voice get go, and so I get gone with my voice. Um, but now it's better, so we're doing better. Um, Not to say that I haven't been using it a lot before, but now I'm no longer doing presentations, which is good. I dislike doing presentations, but the I'm still doing a bunch of stuff for work, so and talking to a bunch of people. So but not as verbose, not as performative as I was before. Glad you didn't miss the show. Well, I'm glad that you're here. Thank you. Well, welcome everybody. Welcome back to Table Talk, Discussion, and Discourse. I, as always, am your host, Alejo, aka Great95. And later on, we will be joined by Boo. He's working right now, but he should be here in a little less than an hour. So he will be joining in. He says that he's come up with a new monster, which is interesting. So we'll see what that's all about. Um, I do have some exciting news. Exciting news, everybody. Exciting news. The keychains are finally in. Everything has been made correctly. Everything is working. And I'm here to tell you that you could get keychains. Oh, hey, there we go. Keychains. These are the product photos that they took. I did not take new ones. Um, so if they look a little weird, like that first one, which got a shadow, that's because I didn't take that photo. But the keychains are in, and there is a bonus. If you use the promo code, crew keys, that is, in fact, let me put it on the screen here. Let me make it as a text source. How do I do that? There we go. Promo. Okay. And then we select the font. We get our font. Why is it not? Okay. That's I should have prepared this a little bit better, but it wouldn't be one of these streams if I was completely prepared. Why is our font not on my... All right. Well, if you crew keys, if you use the code crew keys and you get all three of them together, you get 20% off. Is there a way to like, yeah, let's like bold it and let's like, what? Yeah, okay. That works. Sure. Um, yeah, save them. Cool. Crew keys. That is the code. Crew keys. If you use the code crew keys at checkout and you get all three of them together, then you will get 20% off the whole purchase. Going over into the TableTalk crew shop.fourthwall.com. It's in the description. you can see. Oh, let me. Okay. Okay. So there we go. Have you ever wanted to have an actual, really for real, life-size version of the creator of TableTalk Discussion and Discourse? Why are you laughing? And then, standing at attention, this mini version of the second host is here to watch over your bag, keys, or whatever you should decide to clip him to. That's right. There he is. Look at him. Whoa. And then, of course, do you want to have the secrets to mind swapping forward and backward through time? Well, our third host can't give you that, but he can show you the consequences. There he is. Wow. $15 for each of them. Yeah. Go ahead if you want to, again, with the promo code CrewKeys, and you can get the keychains. All 3 keychains for 20% off. Wow! What a deal! What value! Eh? Perhaps put the promo code in chat. Wink. Yes, that's true. I should. That would be smart. Shut up. Don't do that. Don't think that I'm smart. That's the link to that promo code. CrewKeys. There we go. All right. So, yeah, keychains are finally in. I have mine. Mine are the promotional copies. I've gotten them for each of the boys as well. Let me actually get them, and I'll show you that I have them for real in real life. Hang on, 2 seconds. They're literally right over here. Ah! They're literally right over here. And, I would have to turn on my oh. I don't know what just fell, but that's okay. Let me turn on my camera real quick. And then you can actually see. Video capture device, webcam. Where are you? Oh, it would help if I, like, had it plugged in, though. That would probably help. My cans of liquid death. No. Ha ha ha. Okay. I am very excited, by the way. I am extremely excited about this. There we go. Hey, oh, it's like, hey, look at my owls. Yeah. So, I'm not gonna show you, like, a lot of my space right now, because it's not, totally great, but let me refocus. That's for farther away, I guess. Yep. Excuse me. There we go. That's a little. There we go. Little guy. That's little me. Look at that. That's a little me. He's a little guy. Little keychain guy. Okay. And then little Aiden, little Captain Chiral, right there for you. Ah, right there for you. Very cool. Very awesome. Honestly, quite happy with these. And then, of course, the last one here is good old Boo. Look at that. They're so cool. I fucking love these, man. They're little acrylic kind of keychains. So yeah, if you go into the store and put them all in your cart, use the code CrewKeys. Promo code CrewKeys. You. As I unplug my thing. There we go. You can use the promo code CrewKeys. Let me actually do this. Promo code. Okay. The promo code CrewKeys. This is not even in the. Why is this not? I can't make it like You have to be kidding me that this you can't put it into the middle, like alignment. That's the word, middle alignment. Okay, whatever. Yeah, promo code Crewkeys for 20% off. That should also be in there. For 20% off. For 20% off. All 3 keychains. Okay. That's. Can you tell that I'm not a salesman? Wahoo! All right. Okay. Crew Keys. Crewkeys. Crew Keys. Waiting for audio only listeners to type in crew keys. Exactly. Hello, Chara, Entropy, Shin, and Viridi. My apologies. They look nice. That's right. Promo cod? Yes, promo cod. Exactly. But yes, super excited, very happy that these have finally come in. It's been far too long since we've had them. Can they guarantee all my rolls will be nat 20s? No, but they will judge all of your rolls. That is a thing that will happen. They'll be there to judge them. So, yeah. All right. Enough of that. That's over on the Fourth Wall Shop. Link in the description and in the chat. So go and get your keychains. All right. And if you do get a keychain and you're in our Discord, send us a little thing. Show us you got them, because I would love to see if people actually do get these. There's only 50 of them total for each. So once they're gone, they're gone. What does this not? Okay, yeah. It doesn't even tell you. That's weird. There's only 50 of these, each of these. So, yeah, once they're gone, they're gone. So please, buy them up, I guess. If you want to buy them all and then sell them off at a exorbitant amount, what am I going to do to stop you? Please don't do that, right? But anyway, thank you. This is honestly in part because of everybody who's been supporting us and everything, and we finally have those that have finally come into the works. So yeah, there's also the other stuff, but the keychains are what you get that promo code off. So, and you got to have all 3 in your cart for the promo code to work. So, yeah, there you go. All right, enough shilling right off the bat. That's silly. Haha. I did that. Anyway, okay. So today, he took my money and turned it into keychains. That's right. That's actually, to be honest, I'll be quite honest and transparent. I actually bought the keychains, like the stock of both Booze and Aiden's keychains myself. Like, those are actually, I invested to get those in. So, because I was tired of waiting. And so I was like, fuck it. I'll buy them myself. So I did. Not exactly great for, you know, my patience, but hey, they're in, finally. Thankfully, all the stuff was cleared up and everything. So, anyway. Okay. Let's talk about what we're actually here for, hey? They give nat 30s. I wish. We are going to be talking about fundamental flaws in Dungeons and Dragons. Ooh, now, I don't know how many of you were around for the this episode a while back. We looked into gold being a bad currency. That was the video that we watched. And this person called what was there? Desks and Dorks made that video. Now, we weren't exactly agreeing with that video, of course. It was something that didn't seem entirely correct to all of us, but, you know, what are you gonna do, I guess? It, it, it was underwhelming indeed. Right, exactly. It was something that didn't seem like it was very well thought out, at least in my opinion. Um, oh, we don't like this. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. But it's fine, though. It's not like a bad, it's not like it's bad. No, no. Um, but anyway. So the person had a big to do about gold, and we didn't necessarily agree. Now, this person, I didn't realize this when I picked the video, but this person has made another video called D&D is fundamentally flawed. Desks and dorks over here, you can see desks and dorks. D&D is fundamentally flawed. Now, I saw that, didn't see who made it, and just went, okay, sure. I guess there could be something with D&D, you know? It could be that there is something there. But I'm not really entirely sure about that. That's how you do it. Hey, that looks better. I just had to scroll down. Okay. So, I can even do this and make it so that it's a little bit more crisp. There we go. Okay. Big claims require big proof. Ball is in his court now. Exactly. Having more gold makes you more holy, which is why merchants and corpos are the holiest people. Exactly, right? So D&D has some problems. We all know this. We all understand this. One of the big problems is the CR system, the actual challenge rating system that it has to deal with. Now, it is broken in that sense because it doesn't accurately represent what everything can do. And we're talking about 5e specifically. It's not like it's been great throughout, but it is something that has gotten progressively the same kind of and we've had to do other things to account for it. Again, Trekeros, I can't remember off the top of my head, had made an entire website dedicated to creating a new challenge rating system that accounts for magic items and actual members of the party and all of this kind of stuff, which is more accurate than the base challenge rating system in the books. And we all loved that. That's actually really cool. Now, that's something that we've had to fix. But is it a fundamental that is flawed? Probably. Honestly, because it is baked into the system. It is how you're supposed to get your monsters and get appropriate challenges for your players, right? What was wrong with gold again? I can't remember what was wrong with that. You'd have to go and rewatch the episode. I don't remember. Because I don't know. Nothing's wrong with gold. But other things about D&D, the fundamentals, like the actual like characters, in the sense of the leveling kind of system, everything, like it all works fine. What I would say is that the what's the right word for this? What is the disproportionate amount of power between mages and martial classes is something that is kind of broken, I would say. But I don't think that it is a flaw that is extremely bad for the game, I guess. I don't know. It was something that was fixed in 4E. We've talked about this. We've seen videos about this. It was something that was fixed in 4E, but nobody liked that for some reason. even though everybody complains about it all the fucking time, but let's not dwell on that. They just brought it back in 5, and I guess that is part of the fundamentals. But the system itself, with how it does its combat, how it does all of this other kind of stuff, is not necessarily flawed, right? I wouldn't say. I mean, if Homebrew can fix the problems, isn't it fine? So, not necessarily, though I agree that it can fix problems. What we're talking about is things that are already there that shouldn't need to be fixed. Like when literally everybody has to fix the entirety of a game to make it so that it works better, then it would be something that is actually kind of broken. Now, D&D isn't like that, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't say the entire system is broken. It's not. It's fine. There's nothing inherently in it that is going to make it so that it doesn't work. I think it's just fine. But like, if something like the CR system, as we've said, is something that doesn't accurately reflect everything, and you have to do a bunch of additional work in order to make it so it does accurately reflect parties and accurately give you amounts of XP and all that kind of stuff, that is something that is a fundamental flaw, that is a problem, and it shouldn't be your responsibility to fix it. Especially since the game has been around since for 50 years, right? It's been around for a very long time, and you would think by this point they would kind of go, oh, there's a little bit more to this. But, again, it's not that the entirety of it is bad, right? There are just a few things here and there that we got to tweak, right? That one being one of the more major ones. To me, D&D has a lot of disappointments, but enough to call it flawed as a whole is a stretch. Yes, that's what I would say as well. I remember Spoonie taking issue with the advantage system and the way death worked back in the day, 5e. Yeah, I don't mind advantage, and the death system is its own conversation of healing and difficulty in the game. Though, again, I don't think that it is a flaw the way that it works. It works fine. It's just not going to be as hardcore, right? When was CR put in the game, and what was it meant to do? Challenge rating was put in the game way the fuck back. Challenge rating is it's supposed to be the average party of 4, and what they can deal with. What level they could deal with. So a CR1 equates to 4 level 1s in a party, can take on 1 of those monsters. A CR 1/4 is when you get 4 of those monsters together, a level 1 party could take on all 4 of those monsters, right? That's the basics of what it's supposed to be, and it gave experience based off of, how hard those things were to fight and all of this kind of stuff, right? There was also gold before, and I think in 5e there's still gold. Gold tables, excuse me. Not just gold. It was there to help your DMs balance encounters, right? Combat encounters specifically. But when you actually put it into practice, the CR system doesn't necessarily work right. Not everything is balanced in a way that is necessarily fair for CRs of like 4 to like 11. Excuse me. Either fair in the sense for the players or fair in the sense for the monsters. So there is something there. Excuse me. I like had a burp. Okay. But regardless, I don't know what else we'll see that it's pointed to. I can see that there's some things that we could all point to say, I don't like this, but I don't know about fundamentals, right? The CR system is the one that I will give basically anyone, and I guess the scaling of mages versus marshals, right? That I will also give, but I don't find that to be a fundamental flaw, in the sense of like something that's going to make it so that I don't have fun with the game, and the game is broken because of it, because I don't think so. I think it's fine. But let's see what we've got here.
It's the world's most popular role-playing game by a pretty comfortable margin. It's a bestseller and has become a huge touchstone both in the cultural zeitgeist and in the realms and stores where we play our role-playing games. Dungeons & Dragons is the big guy on the block, but the fact of the matter remains, I don't play Dungeons & Dragons anymore.
Okay, we've already got... Oh, hello. We've already got the crux of the whole thing. I don't play it anymore, so there's a fundamental flaw here. Now I don't play D&D much anymore, but like that's because we have other things to play, and I want to play like everything else. Like D&D is fine. Don't get me wrong. I will play D&D again. I will play D&D, but it's not because it's my favorite, and it's not because I think that there is a bad that it is bad, right? It is just something that I don't have as much interest in as I did before. The CR is supposed to represent an average encounter for the party. It's really designed for a dungeon crawl. If you're giving the party one fight a day, it's usually going to be easy for them. Well, yeah, but even so, even if it's not a dungeon crawl kind of thing, you can still give them more than one fight a day. But yeah, I know what you mean. But yes, unless you're doing it so that it is something that is going to challenge them after the, like, more than just a typical encounter, they'll probably just get through it and just be fine. But that's why you have to make challenging encounters if you're going to do one encounter every session, right? We talked about this last time. Anyway.
Hi, I'm Kyle. I'm
Hi.
the dork, and for most of you, I imagine this is the first time you're seeing my face. Hi, how you doing?
Okay.
I wanted to start this new year off with this video because it was...
This was 8 months ago, by the way. I will say, this video was 8 months ago, so...
one that you requested a while ago. I got sick over the break, and it made it impossible for me to record or work, which was really hard for me. And I wanted to start the new year off swinging, and this was a video that had been widely requested. So, before we get started, I want to talk about what this video will not be. If you're a fan of Dungeons & Dragons, this video is not going to be me trashing you or saying that you're bad for liking this game. I understand that D&D has gotten a great number of folks into role-playing games and storytelling games in general.
D&D is fine.
And I think that in totality, I think it's been a good thing for the tabletop hobby. But for myself and for a number of other GMs that I know, it's become a system that we loved and is not a system that we love any longer. Now, part of the reason I want to address this with my actual face is there's a personal connection that I have to D&D.
Okay.
Many of the personal connections that I enjoy, both professionally and among my friends, I owe to this game. But the fact of the matter remains, I have lost the love that I had for D&D.
Sure.
So this is not going to be me trashing the people who like it, or in many cases, the designers who work really hard on it, the companies that make great supplements for it.
But why? But why don't you talk about the company that makes it and such? Because there is stuff that you can talk about them too, if you want. 1 CR above a party level is a hard fight, and 2 CR above is intense. That is true. That is supposed to be how it works, yes. But from what I have experienced, at least, it's not usually the case in the sense of usually at the regular CR, everything's pretty easy. Like, I don't know. I would have to do... I'm just one person, right? Yeah, the company is shit. That's right. But don't worry, he's not trashing the company who made it. He's trashing it itself, which is fair, you know? You gotta make it so that your video is on topic. And I get, you gotta tell everybody that you're not going after them, all that kind of stuff, because everybody who actually thinks that is, like, needs that beforehand. It's really annoying, but sure, do whatever you need to do to make it so that people don't yell at you, whatever.
One more thing, before we get too far into this, I'm going to co-opt some arguments. A lot of people in the comments when I do these videos generally tend to respond with something like, you're a bad GM, or you can just fix this, or you can change these things. I am aware that I can change anything at a table, and that most of the time the experience is on me. However, my arguments and my opinions are that Dungeons & Dragons as a system has enough flaws and issues present in it that I don't want to have to do it. Or, to quote another person that I know who's a published game designer, at some point, making the game work on the first try is not my job.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, no, that's fair. That's absolutely fair. If there's enough here that you think that the entirety of the game is flawed, sure, that's an opinion you can have. But I don't believe that that is necessarily the case, objectively speaking. So, I mean, there are flaws fundamentally, sure, but like, is it entirely fundamentally flawed? Mm, Your Honor, preparing your claims to avoid backlash undercuts the veracity of your argument. Indeed. Of course, it will be easier for some players than it will be for others. Yeah, exactly. Mileage may vary with the CR system for sure, and how people encounter things, right? But like, whatever. I see TTRPGs as something sold on style, since so much can be homebrewed and changed. It's the setting that becomes what makes the game what it is. D&D equals fantasy, 7th Sea equals pirates, etc. So I would immediately just say that things like Call of Cthulhu work just great out of the box. You don't need to change anything to it. Delta Green, same way. The only thing that I changed was literally the setting, not the system. In fact, the system is what I use for my real world folklore fantasy like creature, that kind of thing, right? Encounters. I love Delta Green as a system. In fact, I want to play actual Delta Green the next time we play it, through one of the or through a few of the actual published scenarios. So like, things do just kind of work out of the box. D&D is not one of those things necessarily, in certain aspects, right? Very specific aspects. But I agree with you that you can absolutely homebrew and change whatever the hell you want in it, right? So it's fine. It's fine. People need to stop apologizing for making critiques about anything. If the other person takes offense, it's on them to reevaluate their own feelings on it, not you. I would agree with you. Hello, August.
It's yours. But before we start, I have to talk about what D&D does well, because I need to co-opt another argument that I get quite a lot when I do these videos, and I try to critique or dissect something that has a rabid fan base, a fan base that enjoys it. One of the things that comes up often is, oh, I clearly don't have an understanding of or an appreciation for the thing that I am critiquing. I have played Dungeons & Dragons in some way, shape, or form since I was 8 years old. I began in 3rd edition, but I've played every single edition and have stopped at 5th, and I believe my critique comes from a place both of appreciation for the game and understanding of it. But before we start into a critical dissection, I have to talk about what Dungeons & Dragons does well, because in understanding of the game's strengths, we can better understand and critique its weaknesses. The first thing that D&D does very, very well is its simplicity. Underneath all of the different pages, all of the handbooks...
I'm confused on if we're talking about D&D as a whole, or if we're talking about 5th edition specifically. Now he's saying all of the handbooks and stuff, so I might be getting my answer here. So I'll let him continue, but like, right off the bat, if we're talking about the entirety of the game and like forever, I don't know about that, right? I don't know if that's necessarily what we're talking about. Like, I don't think we need to say the entirety of the game since its beginning has been flawed. I don't think so. Right, but a player could change everything about Call of Cthulhu if they wanted, but if they change the style and setting, it gets harder to call it Call of Cthulhu. Sure. But regardless, what I'm saying is, in reference to what you're saying about, like, having a TTRPG sold on style, because it can be changed and all of that, like, the setting itself, you can use the Call of Cthulhu setting, the Call of Cthulhu rules with any setting and just use Cthulhu in it. You can do that. I guess, I don't know. It gets harder to, like, because they use it for more modern stuff and also some more, like, steampunky fantasy stuff. Like, they use it for a bunch of different things, and they even created other rule sets for Call of Cthulhu if you want to do it in a more wacky, zany kind of thing. So you can still call it Call of Cthulhu. But I'm just talking about the rules themselves are fundamentally, like, really fucking good, you know? D&D can be put into anything, and it works itself. Like, you can put it in any setting as well. But you don't need to do that with Call of Cthulhu because it does what it needs to on the tin, I guess, you know? For me, I do look at CR to pick out the enemies I'll consider using, but the next step is look at their individual abilities and how that will stack up to what the PCs in the game actually have. Yeah, that's fair. That's exactly how you should do it, I feel. I disagree. You really don't need to talk about something's strengths in order to understand its faults. Also true. I would also say that entirely, yes. I'll give him it if he wants to, but, like, you know, whatever.
And have stopped at 5th, and I believe my critique comes from a place both of appreciation for the game and understanding of it. But before we start into a critical dissection, I have to talk about what Dungeons & Dragons does well, because in understanding of the game's strengths, we can better understand and critique its weaknesses. The first thing that D&D does very, very well is its simplicity. Underneath all of the different pages, all of the handbooks, the supplements, the campaign settings, the stuff on Roll20 and D&D Beyond that you can layer and layer and layer on top of a character, of the prestiges and all of the complexity, is a very simple foundation.
Sure.
Roll the 20-sided die, high number good, low number bad. I recently got to...
Okay, so, like, you can literally do that for every single fucking game. You are saying nothing here. Very cool.
Play 5th edition with a group of players, many of whom had either not played in a number of years, and some of whom had only begun playing for the first time. And despite their confusion about the modifiers, about what their character could and could not do, their difficulty in parsing some of the rules, they could come to a fundamental understanding that as long as the roll of a 20-sided dice was high enough, they could do whatever it is that they wanted. This is a very simple vehicle to imagination. A d20 is not simply a dice, it is a portal to another dimension, and an understanding of that d20 is not something that you have to have a college level math degree.
You don't need to for d6s either, my guy. GURPS exists. Like, I don't know, man. Sure. I would say a d6 is easier to figure out than a d20. Like, all of these other systems that utilize a single fucking d6, really, like, they're so much more simple. Like, if we're talking about 5e specifically, yeah, it's more simple than any of the other D&D games, sure, but there are literal one-page rule fucking games that are so much more simple than D&D that I would go... Like, again, sure, it's simple at the very core, but so is every single fucking TTRPG out there, so sure, good job. I guess you noticed the trend. Everything is built upon a dice rolling system or something of the like to give it a random chance to succeed or fail at things and continue the story forward in some way. Good job. We did it. Are you saying we don't need to glaze the fatal system to point out its glaring faults? What? Huh? No, we have to glaze that shit to hell if you even want to talk about it. What do you do to glaze it? You throw it in the you put it in a pan. You get some butter and you put it into the microwave to let it melt a little bit, and then you take a brush and you glaze it. Easy. What? You definitely need a high level degree in math to understand portals to other dimensions. That is true. That is true. I need my dice game to feed the addiction. Gotta roll that crack. That's true. I do need that as well.
Or an understanding of advanced mechanics to make work. It is what Dungeons & Dragons does best, because I can seriously just hand a 20-sided die to a 4th grader, and I can say, if you want to hit the troll, you have to roll high enough. And this is a true and excellent strength. Another one of the ones that I think has allowed Dungeons & Dragons to continue its dominance of the role-playing game landscape is that it is culturally and historically entrenched. I think it is very difficult to explain to people that we are just now beginning to...
So the game is good at having existed for so long? Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if anything else, I mean, okay, it has endured. So have most of the other ones, to be fair, at this point. Not as culturally significant, but okay. What, like, this isn't anything for D&D specifically, but sure. Okay. Yeah, it's not a game thing, it's a business and cultural thing, exactly. So what it doesn't do anything really well in that instance. It's just there and it's good enough, you know? Fucking, can I just point to Japan and say that their game is Call of Cthulhu? Like, that's what they have as their #1 game. It's everlasting for them. One, because of the Americana aspect, and it's just culturally, it's a different thing. But it's also entrenched in Japan because of that. So, like, but I wouldn't glaze it for that, necessarily. I would just say, no, it's a good game. Like, it's just good. I don't know. Sure.
To have a role-playing game renaissance. Before Dungeons & Dragons, there were role-playing games to be sure, and people have always played pretend, but D&D is the one to do it the biggest and hit the main stage first and the hardest.
Okay.
And as a result of that, Dungeons & Dragons enjoys a cultural cachet that no other game or title does. Everything from Stranger Things, which has dominated Netflix, the Satanic Panic back in the 70s, to more modern things like Fantasy High or Critical Role has allowed Dungeons & Dragons to continue to build up its cultural cachet and infect the zeitgeist in a way that allows it to sell out Madison Square Gardens so long as Matt Mercer is the one GMing.
Yeah.
It's really important for us to understand.
So that's a combination of different things, though, because with D&D, it's not D&D's fault that Matt Mercer got Critical Role to be successful. It's Critical Role's fault in general that fucking D&D got put into the point that it can be at Madison Square Garden for him to DM the entirety of it. Like, you're putting I feel like you're kind of taking the consequence of what happened, but you're confusing what, like, caused that. Critical Role came first. Like, they played Pathfinder before that, created these characters, brought them into D&D, sure, because it was the more popular system, and it was going to be that for the show, and that makes more sense, like, business-wise. But also, they all liked playing D&D. So, but, like, the fucking, like, them exploding was because of them, not because of D&D. What are you going on about? Hello? Okay. I love that this is about how D&D is flawed. We're struggling to get through the strengths before we even get there. Yup. That's how it works, man. That's how it always works. Because he's well, this is the thing. He needs to make sure that you understand that he understands that D&D is important. And it's like, yeah, no shit. You're talking about its flaws. You don't need to tell me that you think that there are good things here. Sure, whatever. But okay, whatever. Why does he need to bring up cultural relevancy? Why does that matter? Because he needs to show you that it matters to him. It's big, therefore good isn't much of an argument. Sure, yeah. Starting to sound a little Garibay-ish. A little bit. Infecting the zeitgeist. That sure was a word choice right there. Is that what he said? Hold on, I'll get back to it. Fifth was also rather new when Critical Role started, if I recall correctly. Yes. It started in 2014, and Critical Role, they're doing campaign 4 now. Though the other ones took a few years. So it was somewhere around the same time, though, I'm sure. Unless he said affect, sounded like infest to me, though. Let's see.
Biggest and hit the main stage first and the hardest, and as a result of that, Dungeons & Dragons enjoys a cultural cachet that no other game or title does. Everything from Stranger Things, which has dominated Netflix, the Satanic Panic back in the 70s.
Why would you even bring that up? Like, that's a bad thing that it was associated with. Like, I know, I get it, it was relevant enough that it caused a panic, but, like, it's not the thing that I would go for.
To more modern things, like Fantasy High or Critical Role, has allowed Dungeons & Dragons to continue to build up its cultural cachet and infect the zeitgeist in a way that allows it to sell out Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, he did say infect, I think. I was, like, half paying attention. But yeah, I think he said infect. That's hilarious.
So long as Matt Mercer is the one GMing. It's really important for us to understand.
Does that not, like, immediately make you think, oh, well, only if Matt Mercer is GMing, that's when it's okay to... That's when it will go to Madison Square Garden. Does that not, like, make you think for like a second that it's not because of D&D, it's because of him and like the other people in Critical Role? Like, because they put on a good show, and like the entire point of doing anything in the entertainment sphere, if you're gonna go to Madison Square Garden for it, is to do the entertainment. Like, yeah, D&D is essential to that, don't get me wrong, but they could be playing literally anything else. And if they had started with literally anything else, it would make that the most popular thing. It just, you know, I don't know, man. Whatever, it's fine. This guy's points are weird. We're not even at the point yet for the points. That's the thing. We're just glazing right now. You leave Satan out of this video, man. Yeah, that's right. Don't bring him into this. He's having his own fucking hardships, okay? This guy sounds like an apprentice to Garibay. We joked about the Church of Garibay being us, but I feel it's more real the further we go into this video. That's the thing. The more, like, we joke about it all the time, but yeah. People do seem to accidentally follow the tenets here and there. Leave Pan out of it, too. That's right. Wasn't Vampire the actual Satanic Panic game? But News couldn't tell the difference between D&D and Vampire. At least I remember Vampire was the one where some kids killed someone for their game. Crazy. More than likely. Yeah. But I don't know. I never looked into it because I never really had an interest. But maybe I will at some point. We'll do a retrospective someday, maybe. Looking at the Satanic Panic. That'd be fun.
That part of D&D's success, at least in my opinion, comes from incumbency advantage. It's easy for us to take into account that when you're trying to introduce role-playing games to somebody, you don't have to introduce them to your favorite esoteric one, or to something that's, you know, formidable but perhaps more fun, like Morkborg, or You Have Always Lived in the Lighthouse, a shameless self-plug. But again, its cultural cachet and its importance both historically and culturally cannot...
Yes, 5e is very simple to learn right now. It wasn't so simple for me to learn 3.5 when I started, but I still learned it because it was interesting. And I had a lot of fun with it. But yes, 5e is incredibly simple to learn. I agree. Let's continue, please.
Not be overstated. Also, I really do think it's important for us to look at Dungeons & Dragons inspirations and the link of those inspirations to both popular literature and popular culture. It's no accident that Dungeons & Dragons is based on the fantastical works of J.R.R. Tolkien, specifically The Lord of the Rings and the Silmarillion, but also on the myths that those books were inspired by. Things like the Song of Roland, the Tales of King Arthur, or the myths of Beowulf. To say that D&D is just a game, I think, is an issue and a vast understatement or oversimplification of it. Dungeons & Dragons is, at its very DNA, interwoven with the myths, legends, and stories of the human race, and I think that's part of what has given it...
So here's the thing, okay? You're just saying it, like, you know, a little fantastically. And I would agree with you to an extent that it is tied into these things because it utilizes things from mythology and all of that kind of stuff. Don't get me wrong, I understand where you're coming from. But just like Garibay, I would say, no, it's just a game, dude. It's fine. Like, yes, the experiences and everything, those can be more than it. Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Okay? Abso-fucking-lutely, your experience playing D&D can be something that is way more meaningful. But D&D itself is the game that is the vehicle for that, really. It's not it itself, necessarily. Okay? Please. It's okay. We are okay. I remember some kids calling themselves vampires killing someone. I don't know if they were actually playing Vampire, though. Well, so Vampire used to be more in the LARP scene, apparently, like a while back, and that's how I found out about it, but I didn't ever play in a LARP session of it. God, I wish. Every day, I wish. But I was not in a place that had a lot of people who did a lot of things like that, so I had no idea. D&D is simple. So is ball in a cup, band. That's right. Hello. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Good.
Good.
So we're not going to be able to do your next game. We're going to have to jump over to Trails in the Sky, the remake.
Oh, you want to do that instead?
No, I'm joking.
Okay, that's fair.
Around to it, we'll have to do that.
Yeah, for sure. I would love to. Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, so
Yeah, please.
I
Let's so you
so
had a monster that you wanted to talk
I
about.
did. It's very simple,
Yeah.
and it's just kind of stupid. But it is a legit monster.
Yeah.
So the the phrase was hocus pocus.
Mm,
Because I was thinking about Pokemon
okay.
and how Abra, Kadabra, and Alakazam.
Yes.
And that stemmed from the whole what's his name? God, I don't remember the guy's name. Very popular like comedian on YouTube. He did the If Harry Potter Was America, and he did Alakablam.
Oh, yeah.
I keep thinking Jones. Something Jones,
I don't
but I don't
remember,
remember.
but I
Gus
remember.
Gus Johnson, that's it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, Gus Johnson, Alakablam, and then Abra, Kadabra, and Alakazam, then Hocus
Yes.
Pocus. So it is a Hocus Pocus. That's the monster, but it's not spelled the same. It's not spelled HOCUSPOCUS. It is HOCUS POKUS,
Ah, okay.
and it is a magic cactus.
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
And it's like it's a big like live cactus, and it looks basically just like a cactus. It's not like a cactus person.
Yeah.
And it can cast spells like Gust to move people like 5 feet. So if they get close to it, you can like cast Gust and like knock you into the spikes.
Okay. Yeah.
And it has the Ranger spell. I think it's called Rain of Thorns or Rain of Arrows or whatever.
I think it's Rain of Arrows, yeah.
And instead of it being arrows, it's spines.
Yeah.
So it is out there in the desert. It doesn't move because it's a cactus.
Right.
But what it does is if things get close to it, it casts those spells and kills things near it.
Mm-hmm.
And then it like extends roots under the ground and up into the body and like drain them of their nutrients and shit after they're dead.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'll be going through the desert and see these huge like saguaro looking cactuses that are like surrounded by desiccated corpses or skeletons and shit.
Yeah.
You know to fucking avoid it.
Ooh, I like that.
And even if it's like not getting victims anymore, the roots that it extends out to its like outward victims, they help it get more water.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So it's kind of a carnivorous plant that can it can double as a regular cactus and a carnivorous plant.
Hell yeah. I love it.
Yeah.
I always love like man-eating plants, if you will.
Yeah, they're cool.
They are cool.
And I it just came to me because like Hocus Pocus, wait a minute, that could be a psychic grass type cactus Pokemon. But wait a minute, why not make it a D&D monster and make it way better?
Yeah, you could. You absolutely could. For sure.
Also, did you see what I posted in the chat last night with
the Sonic racing game? Yeah. I haven't looked into it too much, but I remember playing Sonic Racing Transformed, and that was pretty good. So
nice.
I hope it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's not out yet, and I'm just gonna wait and see if it's any good.
Yeah,
if
for
not,
sure.
For
sure.
Anyway, I'll get into the watch.
Yeah, no worries.
Stop waffling on.
No, you're good. Yeah, so don't worry because you haven't missed much. Literally, we're watching a video that's called D&D is Fundamentally Flawed, like I told you before. And so far, we're just in the Glaze Fest because he has to make sure that you know that he actually does know the good points about D&D as well. So, like, it's got its flaws, but I have to make sure to tell you that I also think it's got good stuff too, I promise. Right?
Yes.
Because you got to do that, because otherwise...
Yep.
So far, it's simple. It's so simple to learn and all of that kind of stuff. Now, he's saying, I don't know... I assume he's talking about 5e at this point, but he is kind of using it overall. So I'm like, okay, to a degree, I guess, but not really.
Yeah.
Then it's that it has a big cultural impact.
Okay. Yeah.
Which, sure, it does now because of a lot of things. Yes. And then now he's kind of going into how it's tied into. It's tied into a lot of like mythology and such, based off of like J.R.R. Tolkien's works a little bit here and there, and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, well, okay.
Tolkien came first, though.
That's
Like,
that's what I'm saying.
wait.
Yeah, he's saying that it utilized that inspiration and the mythology that it took from, you know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what he's saying, which I'm like, yes, to a degree. And then he's going on about how it's more than a game, and I'm like, okay.
Oh God, not this shit again.
So your experience with the game can be more than the game, absolutely, but the game itself is a vehicle for that. It's not the game's fault necessarily.
Yeah.
So, like, yeah, cool. I'm glad you like it a lot, or you liked it a lot, because he made sure to let us know that he doesn't love it anymore. But, like, it's literally the experience you got playing it, not the game itself necessarily, you know? It is just a game, I promise. It is just a
It
game.
really is. Why do we keep running into all the people? Well, I guess because we're looking for them effectively. We keep finding
Yes.
these fucking people that are like, "Oh my God, this is transcendental."
Yes, and
It's not.
Were you here when we talked about the gold video of like why gold is a bad currency?
No.
Okay,
That sounds like a great video, though, or at least title.
So that was this guy.
Oh.
We didn't really agree with him before.
Okay.
So we'll see about the actual flaws. And now, like I was saying in the beginning, I think that something like the CR system is a fundamental flaw of this game, yeah, because it doesn't work correctly.
Yeah.
But aside from that, there's nothing like fundamental really, except for the power scaling between mages and marshals, really. That's the only other thing that I can see that is a flaw. But would I call it something that's a fundamental flaw? Not necessarily. It's just something that is kind of an issue, balance-wise.
Why do you see it that way, actually?
So, now I don't see it as necessarily a bad thing. I think that it's there as something that it makes sense to me that magic would be way the fuck better than you just running in with your sword and everything. That makes sense to me. So like I don't like harp on it, but I do think that in terms of a game experience, that something like what 4th edition did that actually balanced it out and made it so everybody kind of had the same experience power-wise in that respect is a better...
Everybody had abilities to use.
Yeah, it's a better way to do it, and I think a better way for everybody to feel like everybody can actually do a lot.
Okay.
So, like, again, I don't think it's necessarily a big flaw, but it is something that is flawed in these other systems that aren't 4E, right? Or other versions, excuse me. But regardless, a few things. Oh my goodness, all of you talked so much while we were talking. My God. It's more than a game. Hi, Garibay. Yes, exactly. Google's bringing up Richard Chase, who's a serial killer called the Vampire of Sacramento. I knew about that guy. Not until you brought it up that I remembered, but I knew about that guy. God, now
Why do you know about that? Saucy?
No. God, now I'm trying to remember the webcomic I used to read that made LARP vampires seem so fun. Dude, every story that I ever heard about LARP vampires sounded so much fun. Like, it sounded like it was great.
Fucking Spoonie did one, too.
Yes, Spoonie, yes. He did one.
Yep,
the one guy who was just on the car forever.
Yeah, it was great.
So fun.
And he fucking bombed, he terroristed the fucking...
Yes!
like, hold or whatever.
Yeah, that's right.
Great.
Oh, man. Gotta rewatch some
because they
stuff.
fucking, like, hijacked his character like a bunch of assholes.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
Not cool.
Hokum Pokemon? Yes, exactly. Started out with a jock like MC, discovering vampire in other games, and then his girlfriend left him. I also remember it started with a fake out to make the reader think it was real. Oh, that's nice. I like that. It's like a comic thing. It's good. Rod Farrell was the leader of a cult called the Vampire Clan, which was a group of teenagers who killed people in 1996. Looks like he did have an obsession with the Vampire the Masquerade. Oh.
Ooh.
Of course he did.
Very cool.
Yeah. Unfortunate, but also...
Unfortunate, but pretty based. Based murderer.
That was a good decade after the Satanic Panic. Okay, gotcha. They were trying to figure out if Satanic Panic was really started by a vampire group, like LARP group, that people had mistaken for being D&D because, it's all the same thing.
Right.
Right.
It's all the same thing.
Exactly. The guy literally said it's more than a game like Garibay. Yes. It's more than a word. It's more than a game. It's more than some pretty dice inside a train. True.
It is a far out game, don't you know?
Yes. Mazes and Monsters, dude. It's a far out game.
I love that.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Tom Hanks' first fucking movie.
It's so fucking funny.
It's hilarious, dude.
You enter a town to investigate the rumors of a cult. When you find words scrawled on the side of the inn, D&D is more than a game. Truly, a dangerous and depraved cult has taken residence here. Exactly.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
All right. Okay. I hope we get out of Glaze Fest soon. I'm ready for critiques, please.
As much oomph and as much panache as it has continued to enjoy. It's also clear that Eldritch Horror, in some small way, does play a part of Dungeons & Dragons role-playing, and these two very important literature and cultural touchstones, both in Eldritch and cosmic horror, and in the myths and legends of our very history, is part of what makes Dungeons & Dragons both so exciting and instantly accessible to newer players. But I think the last thing, and this is the one thing that nobody freaking talks about.
Okay, so before you get to that, I mean, like, just because it pulls off that kind of stuff doesn't make it... I mean, I guess to a degree it makes it more accessible, but, like, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't...
Not with, like, the Eldritch or cosmic horror stuff. Like, that doesn't...
Yeah, I would not say that the Eldritch and cosmic horror stuff makes it more accessible. I think it's good that it's in there, but it doesn't really, that's very niche.
Yes, for sure.
Cosmic horror is fucking niche. It's good, but it's niche.
Exactly.
When we talk about Dungeons & Dragons, the most important strength of this game is that D&D lends itself to customization, house rules, and adaptation.
That is true.
Anytime that I'm talking to fans of Dungeons & Dragons who don't like my take that I think the game is, and I'm going to say this right now, I think the game is bad, and I think the game doesn't really work on a fundamental level. The argument usually comes to, why don't you just house rule something? Why don't you just ignore that? Why don't you just move beyond that one part? And my issues with this are that I have to house rule and house blend and get things out and change things around so much to turn Dungeons & Dragons into something I like playing that at some point I might as well just start making my own role-playing games.
That, that is fair. If it is a Ship of Theseus situation to you, absolutely, you would just play something else, for sure. We've all done that, absolutely. But D&D itself, I don't think, is so flawed that it itself would be considered a bad game.
Yeah,
that's
and the thing
very
is,
strange.
that's a fair take to have, where you're like, I have to house rule so much that it's effectively it's not what it was. I can understand that take, but you're going too far because that you're not house ruling that many things.
No,
You're not.
Exactly.
And here's the other thing. The house ruling, the necessity of house ruling would be a problem if the game was like, don't change anything, don't alter anything, this is how it should be played, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But not a single one of the books ever says that.
No.
Every single one of the books says, hey, if something doesn't work for you, change it, alter it, ignore it, whatever.
Exactly.
So even the writers themselves know and are allowing you, ostensibly, to be like, we're going to ignore this part, we don't like it. So it's not... It's kind of a non-issue at that point.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying way before, is if the game was actually broken and you had to fix everything in it yourself, absolutely that would be flawed to a point of being bad or fundamentally flawed. Absolutely, right? But that is something that we could literally point to for the very first release of the Dark Souls RPG that had used these rules. because they had made it so it literally did not work. And then they re-released it because that is what they needed to do, right?
Had to.
But like D&D itself is not that way. It works perfectly fine in most every setting, most every game table. Yeah, sure, we change things here and there, but that's usually just preference. Honestly.
Yeah, it's not because the system is broken.
Yeah, because like even when we go, like, sure, like I said, CR system, absolutely. I think that's itself broken, which is pretty bad. But the things like the way that things heal, the getting death saves, you're getting back up and just being fighting fit basically on 2 HP. Like, sure, that's stuff that I personally am like, well, I'm not as big a fan of that, so I feel like we should do it in a different way, and thus Pathfinder, right?
Yes. Then you just snag those.
Exactly. Which I could just move to Pathfinder if I ever really wanted to. But D&D itself, I mean, again, like this is saying, super adaptable, so you can just put whatever you want into it. But at the base level, it's going to be pretty good still. Or at least decent to be an experience that we're all gonna enjoy. So like again, we've utilized the going to in our Devils and Dice campaign. We literally utilize 5Es. You go to bed and you get your long rest and get all your HP back because it just made it so that the play was just easier for us to like simplify and streamline. That's the word. So. Instead of what 3.5 did, which was like 1 HP every night. Like that's base rules. And it's like, yeah, I would enjoy doing that if I wanted something more hardcore. And I enjoy...
But if you're just kind of trying to have like a haha funny feel good campaign, not quite so much.
Exactly. And again, with 5E's base rules, if I just want to have a game that I just want to go through, not care too much about the healing mechanics, then yeah, base game, it works just fine. So again, preference.
Yes.
A bit of a stronger take than just flawed. Yes, it is. It's, we'll see if he can back it up. If anything, Lovecraftian derivates.
Deviates.
Derivates. Or.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, Lovecraftian derivatives. I can't read. Okay. Lovecraftian derivatives are a gateway to Lovecraft. Yes.
Indeed.
Absolutely. If a game...
It's just that... Lovecraft elements are a gateway to Lovecraft. Yes. And it is certainly an eye-opening thing to, like, be exposed to for the first time. It's fucking great.
Yes.
But just saying... You know, oh man, this is for everybody. It's got cosmic horror elements, and I'm like,
yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, that's weird.
Not
really, no.
Not what I would say.
I would say that a good deal of people should at least be exposed to some degree of cosmic horror.
Yes.
Just because it's very interesting.
Yes.
And very, very compelling, but that's about it.
Yeah. You just have to homebrew once, write it down, and reuse it. He made it sound like you need to make things over and over again.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. I want to get through this glaze, you know? Like, even though he's trying to glaze, he's like, but actually, because I'm doing... It's like, okay, let's just move.
It's like, just get to your point. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay to have an opinion.
And it's okay that other people don't agree. You don't have to cater to those people. Like, you don't.
Yeah.
It's what I did as a company, but this argument has led me to the realization of what is Dungeons & Dragons' greatest and most fundamental strength. See, Dungeons & Dragons is a lot like vanilla ice cream.
How did
it might not be
know?
my most important or most...
I was gonna say, he's gonna, like, compare it to something very, very basic, isn't he?
It's just like the Ultramarines.
Most favorite flavor of ice cream, but it is, in and of itself,
I'm sorry, did you say vanilla isn't someone's favorite flavor? I'm sorry, that's the...
Wait, no, hang on, go back.
I'm going back, don't worry.
and change things around so much to turn Dungeons and Dragons into something I like playing that at some point I might as well just start making my own role-playing games. Shocker, it's what I did as a company, but this argument has led me to the realization of what is Dungeons and Dragons' greatest and most fundamental strength. See, Dungeons and Dragons is a lot like vanilla ice cream. It might not be my most important or most exciting or most favorite flavor of ice cream.
Okay. His most. Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
It's not his most. It's not his favorite.
Yes, that's fine.
But it might be somebody.
That's fine. Okay. Yeah, fuck you. Vanilla ice cream is awesome. Exactly.
Yeah.
No, I misheard. I apologize. I thought ultramarines were blueberry. That's true.
You know, do they even have blueberry ice cream?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever had blueberry ice cream before.
It might have been so. We have a lot of I'm not up there anymore, but we had a lot of blueberry stuff up in Maine, so it might have been more of a northern thing actually.
Might be.
But actually, interestingly enough, I recently finally got to try some of the blueberry buzzsaw, I think, which is the Liquid Death blueberry tea, and man, it's good.
Nice.
I really like it. Yeah, I like vanilla, bro. Exactly. Okay, I'll take it back. There you go, Pizza Funk. We retract when we are wrong. Exactly.
But it is, in and of itself, infinitely customizable. Plain vanilla ice cream takes very, very, very different than something like a low-fat vanilla ice cream with fresh fruit and low-fat chocolate chips.
Sure.
That tastes very different than a classic sundae with
Give me
hot
one
fudge,
more example.
drizzle, and whipped cream and all of the toppings,
Tell me
which tastes
one
very
more.
different than a vanilla ice cream with Reese's
God
Cups
damn it.
and peanut butter drizzle on that. You see, the thing is, Dungeons and
You
Dragons...
gotta do these things in threes. You gotta do them in threes.
You must.
I mean, it's
How could you not?
It's 3 is a good number. Don't get me wrong. I love the number 3 in a lot of different things. Don't get me wrong. It's just I don't care about your fucking ice cream example. I'm sorry. Customizable or custardizable? Hey, there you go, Dave.
Ugh. Disgusting.
Love it. Love it.
Not the custard though. Custard's
good.
Its greatest strength isn't that D&D is a game. It's that D&D is a freaking canvas.
Okay, so that's better. I will say that's a better way to say that it's more than a game because it's something that you can use to create more things on it. Okay, that's fine. I'm okay with this. We don't need to... He's not Garabaying out. Let's be fair.
Yeah, no.
Thank God.
Not.
Okay.
Yeah.
On which anyone, from an inexperienced GM first cracking open a rulebook on Christmas Day to somebody who has been playing for 40-odd years, can paint their own pictures. D&D is infinitely customizable, it is infinitely accessible, and it is infinitely adaptable, and that is ultimately its biggest strength. But I'm going to argue that it is adaptable because it is essentially... has to be because the rules are fundamentally flawed in a way that they will never really truly work for any one group. It is accessible.
Okay, wait.
No, that's...
Okay, so
there are plenty of people who wind up playing D&D basically rules as written, and they have a good time. Come on.
Like, just because everybody can change it to suit their table better doesn't mean that the base game is flawed. What the fuck are you doing?
Because here's the thing. When a new group gets into D&D, let's say that, I don't know, maybe you are a person who saw a video from a guy telling stories about him playing D&D in the past.
Yeah.
And you're like, yo, I want to try that. And the guy you were watching happened to be Spoonie, and you happen to be me.
Exactly, right? Yeah.
And you decide to pick up the book, and you get 3 people who also have never played before, but have also heard of it.
Yep.
And because you've never played it before, and none of you ever have, you follow the book.
Yep.
And you have a good time, and that is when you're like, oh, okay, so now that I understand how the game works fundamentally, now I feel confident enough to change things if I want to.
Yes.
But the thing is, that initial experience still has to be fun enough for you to want to play again.
Exactly.
It is.
If it was fundamentally flawed, you wouldn't want to experiment with it afterward.
Exactly.
Like, as far and that's actually, I will say that's not necessarily true, because it could be flawed enough that you go, oh, fuck this, I'm going to change it myself. Like, that could be the case too, but at least in this instance, it is not the case. D&D itself, I have played D&D for goddamn years at this point, and I've played it with a bunch of changes and raw, and it's just as fun either way. It's fine. It's really more about who you're playing with rather than the game itself.
Who you're playing with and the tone you're going for, I think.
Exactly, yeah.
Because you can have a campaign like Devils and Dice where everybody's experienced in the game and you're focusing more so on the story and, all that good stuff. But if you take those same people and they're like, yo, let's play it raw. And then, instead of it being entirely about the story, it starts to kind of twist and morph where you want to experiment with within the rules.
Yeah, sure.
Figure out how to make things happen within the raw rules.
Yeah.
Rules as written rules.
Exactly. Exactly.
And I don't know, it feels like playing a game on easy mode is the first version, where you're just doing it how you guys prefer to do it. Yeah. And then playing on hard mode is playing raw. Because, instead of, having, you know what I mean? It doesn't make the game actually harder. It's just more rules are going to be there. You know what I mean?
I see. Kind of limiting yourself a little
exactly.
bit. Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
It doesn't actually make the game harder.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
Yes.
It is basically like, if you're playing easy mode, you have the freedom to do whatever you want, however you want to do it.
Yeah,
That's playing D&D with house rules and stuff. But once you go rules as written, you're like, okay, so we don't have as much wiggle room. How do we make this happen?
Yeah. Okay. I see what
you
you're
got
saying.
a strategy. Yeah, it's that.
Yeah, for sure.
Because it tries nothing exciting or does nothing to challenge its players in a systemic way. And again, I do think
I just
this is
went exactly over why that is not the case.
Yeah, exactly.
Continue.
D&D has always been a canvas. Did he ever like D&D? Apparently he loved it, but now he's seeing that it's not. He says that this is the case, but it's bad that this is the case. Even though this is a good point, apparently, about D&D, it's bad that this is the case because D&D is so flawed that it has to be this way. So, okay,
yeah.
Sure.
D&D's greatest strength, but I also think the game has been kept alive by a wonderful ecosystem of folk GMs and storytellers. But before we talk about my rules and my problems with them, I do have to talk about Wizards of the Coast first, because a lot of my issues and some of the stomach problem that I have with D&D comes not from the game, but from the company itself.
Okay, so he said in the beginning that this wasn't going to be against the company. That's interesting.
Okay.
That's interesting in retrospect, but sure.
Also, I love the term folk DM.
Yeah, that was weird.
I really get the fucking vision of a what is it? Come on, brain. Like a hedge wizard.
Yes.
Like a 40k hedge wizard out there, casting spells and shit.
Super good.
Argument, I think, to be made about separating the art from the artist, and if you're able to do that, more power to you. However, myself, as somebody who owns a publisher and works with artists of all stripes and tries to elevate the community around me, it's become really hard for me to stomach playing Dungeons & Dragons when the company behind it makes such odious and difficult to deal with decisions.
Hey, that's fair. This is fine to have.
I can understand that.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm 100% behind you. If you don't like the company, don't fucking support the product. That's fine.
Indeed. I am that way with 40k, and Warhammer, I should say. Warhammer, I'm that way with Nintendo now, and I'm also that way with Gearbox as long as Randy Bitchford is in charge.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah,
because he's an absolute shitter. But anyway.
Yep. Always has been.
Yep, always has
daily
been.
and in some case monthly basis. One of the big issues with D&D is that it seems in many cases that it's turned against its community. Many of us remember the open game license scandal that happened a few earlier last year or 2 years ago. For those not in the know, the open gaming license was an understanding between Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast and independent creators that allowed them to make their own types of games and their own supplementary products using Dungeons & Dragons rules. Or
Okay, yes, so I want to find where he actually starts talking about this, because we all understand that Wizards of the Coast is kind of shit. Like, and if you if you want to know it yourself via him, you can go watch the video yourself, but I'm gonna skip forward by like going and opening this in another tab and like trying to figure out where he actually talks about
Chat, oh
this
my
shit.
god, Alejo's cheating.
I am cheating. I'm cheating right
He's cheating.
now. I'm sorry,
I can't
but
believe
like
it, chat. Ooh,
literally it's just gonna be like, oh yep, they were shit that one time. Oh yep, they were shit that other time. It's like, yeah, cool, man, I agree. Okay, we get to start at 14:48-ish. Okay, cool. Oh, wow, 4 minutes, huh? That's
at this point 3 because it's 10:56, but yeah.
Oh yeah.
Much.
Very strongly in that.
Okay. Well, I'm a little off, but in a little bit he'll get into the actual things. So it's fine. He's talking about the AI art incident with the Magic the Gathering shit. We all remember this.
Oh, I didn't know that.
We all remember this. Yes. Oh, you didn't know about
I forgot
this.
that.
Yeah. It was a whole thing.
Is an odious and I think awful decision on their part, and it's one that has made my continued enjoyment of Wizards of the Coast products, whether that be Magic the Gathering or Dungeons and Dragons, to be something that I just don't feel like I'm comfortable with moving forward personally.
I just see Draco Kraken in chat. I'll never feel bad about sailing the seas for D&D, allegedly.
Indeed.
Yes. Also it's not a game, it's a canvas. Does he think sandbox style games are not a real game? No. It's just he's elevating D&D in a way, which, even though he's saying it in a way that makes it so that it's a flaw, apparently, he's not, I'm not going to generalize with what he's saying. I don't think he's generalizing in general with that, phrasing. So don't worry about that.
Or professionally. The core of this boils down to a couple different things, but I want to start with our base foundation, and that is the fact...
Oh, you've already lost me because you put it this way. Oh, on your screen.
Oh, God.
The way I want. Okay.
Yeah,
Immediately. Okay. All right. Well, so this is not about the game in an objective sense. This is just you don't like it as much as it was before. And don't get me wrong, I don't like D&D as much as I used to, okay? I don't. But I'm not going to go out of my way to say that the whole fucking system is fundamentally flawed in a video, in the title, without saying, in my opinion. Because from the, like, I get that this is supposed to be a whole opinion thing, but I thought that we, like, an objective take can still be your opinion. So I was hoping that you would give me something, but, alright.
Nope.
I'm sad now.
Oh well, don't be too sad.
Fact that D&D's system does not support role-playing in the way that I want. When I want you to consider Dungeons & Dragons, I want you to think of it not as a game system or as even as a canvas, as I had laid out earlier, but as an amusement park, a place that a player, in this case a guest of the amusement park, can come in and experiment with the rides in however they wish. But a theme park has themes, it has areas. You might think of Disney World, for example, and I don't even think Dungeons & Dragons does that much to guide or help cultivate its player base. No, I think D&D is a lot like a state fair, where there's just an assortment of rides and you can pick and choose what you want. Now, this approach is great and it is accessible. That is another strength of Dungeons & Dragons as a system, its accessibility and its invitation to all players to come in and experiment and enjoy however or whatever they might be playing around with. However, here is the problem and here is my issue. I want you to consider for a moment, what does Dungeons & Dragons as a game system, not what the GM is doing, not what your fellow players are doing, not what great module writers are doing, but what does Dungeons & Dragons, the core rules, do to encourage its player base to make nuanced decisions in storytelling, character creation, or player interaction? Because my answer to that is I don't think much. When I consider Blades in the Dark for...
Okay. So, okay. I don't know about... So, this is unfortunate for the core kind of rules of a lot of things, being that they don't really need to like go into how to roleplay.
Yeah.
Now, don't get me wrong, D&D does, to a degree. It's a very small chapter. Don't get me wrong, it is only a few pages. Now, this is not to say that those few pages don't give you enough. Those few pages give you examples of situations, as far as I remember. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, of course, anybody, please. But from what I remember, there are situations that it gives of different characters interacting with things differently. It gives you the ideas of what you can do in roleplay in general. And I'm talking about 5e right now, because in the other books from before this, some of them are a little more detailed. If I'm recalling 3.5 a little bit more, it was a lot more detailed, and it was a little more mechanical in its aspects of roleplay. Such as the scales of diplomacy, in the sense of like how much somebody likes you, and if you wanted to, you could use a kind of scale of, if you do a successful diplomacy check, it would raise the scale a little bit for your character for that person, right? And lower it if other actions, or you fail something, or whatever it might be. It was a lot more mechanical, but it kind of conveyed the same thing as, hey, you can kind of just do whatever. And I don't think that we should discount the people and everything else that are kind of in place to tell you the situations and all of this stuff, like around the situation that you're in. So like your DM tells you about stuff and guides you in directions to make choices in certain ways. That is what they do. The modules themselves, the way they're written, also tell the DM about these situations and how people will react in different ways and give them examples of it, right? And they follow those to whatever degree they want to then create these situations where the players then go, oh, okay, well, now I'm just going to act in this way or this way, and then see what comes of it. We need this, so I'm going to be nice about it. We need this, so I'm going to be a dick about it. We need this, so I'm going to barter for it. We need every single situation that comes up. I don't think it's the responsibility of the game to say that more than a few examples, because it gives you the idea that there's more than one answer. And that's really all you need. It doesn't need to do the big think for you.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I was going to say. I'm glad that we're on the same page, because that was, like, as I was listening to him, that was what I wanted to blurt out, but I wanted to make sure that I understood his point fully enough, and since we've both come to the same conclusion, I feel I'm confident that we have. But yeah, the system doesn't need to do that. It really doesn't. Because that's not the system's job. The system's job is to help the DM present a situation.
Yes.
And to, communicate that system to the players.
Yes.
The players do not need the system to be like, okay, now you persuade.
Yeah.
That would be railroading.
Exactly. Again, it gives
that is, and
sorry, go on. You're not done.
Oh no, you're good. What I was gonna say is that is something that everybody always complains about with like modules and stuff. We don't like being railroaded.
Yes.
So why are you wanting the entire system to now railroad you?
Yeah, it
and
does.
your players.
It does feel like that's kind of where we're going, but I don't know if that's necessarily what he's going for yet.
Mhm.
But I don't know. It's very weird because it's like,
Yeah.
if he's saying there's no support in here, well, what does he want? And I'm interested to see this Blades in the Dark comparison.
Yes, I'm really hoping he compares it because I want to know what he's
he's looking
out
for.
Of this.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly. Which Blades in the Dark is great. It's cool.
Yeah, Blades
as
in the Dark's
fuck.
fucking cool.
Right.
It's so fucking cool.
Now, it's been a hot minute since I've read Blades in the Dark, so I do not remember anything about it in terms of it telling me about narrative shit. Okay?
Yes.
I don't remember that, so I will take his words with a grain of salt, at least. But I hope that he did his research, and I'll at least trust that he did enough.
For example, another role-playing game that I have come to greatly enjoy, it encourages a
Oh, also, sorry, I'll bring it back so we can get the full thing in a second here. But, yeah, I don't agree that it's like a theme park. I feel like it's a sandbox. Yes, exactly. That's what D&D is. The only thing that isn't really, and they kind of have gone towards it a little bit from some of these modules, not all of them, but some of them, is to make it feel more and more like a sandbox rather than a railroad, you know? To give them options to get to things rather than A will go to B and B will go to C. No, A can go to A can go to B, C, or D, and then those can each go to each other, which at some point will then go to E, you know? That's usually how I see it, at least in some of the adventures that I have seen. Now, it's been a hot minute since I've seen a newer adventure, so don't quote me on it for everything, but from the ones that I have had an interest in and looked into, I've been like, oh, that's pretty okay, yeah. It's not a game, it's a canvas, but it's not a canvas, it's an amusement park, but it's not an amusement park, it's a state fair. Exactly. Yes.
God damn it, yeah.
Guys overusing analogies to make his points and it's bogging down his argument. Yes. I would agree.
Yeah.
It's not a state fair, it's ice cream. That's right. I'm sorry.
And it's not regular vanilla ice cream.
No.
It's this kind of vanilla. No, wait. No.
It's this kind.
It's another 3 different kinds.
It's very funny. Okay.
No.
To encourage its player base to make nuanced decisions in storytelling, character creation, or...
Okay, so that's the thing. Encourage its player base to make nuanced decisions. Now, why does it need to, first off?
Yeah.
Second off...
I don't really need to be encouraged to do that. I'm just nuanced and based as it is. How dare you say that I need a book to do that?
Now again, so what we have seen with Critical Role, with Dimension 20, with all of these actual plays, right, is that focus on the storytelling aspect. And don't get me wrong, storytelling is a big part of what TTRPGs as a whole are. But D&D itself is not necessarily going to push you towards that because it is very much just a system. It's fine. Hello.
My apologies, you guys. I thought today was Sunday.
You're, dude,
Like,
that is
Don't
fair.
worry. Earlier today, I thought it was Friday, so we're even.
Right. Between the two of us, we average out.
Yeah.
How's everyone doing?
Jesus. You're nowhere near a river. What the fuck?
But like, yeah. It's good to have you, my friend. We are talking about fundamental flaws. Are you excited?
How is the video so far? This will then
Okay. Yeah, so far what we got in the first 10 minutes was glazing of D&D to make sure that you knew that he liked D&D before and he understands what D&D is. And then it was 4 minutes of talking about why Wizards of the Coast is bad, which we skipped because we all understand that. And now we're finally into the point where we're at the first actual argument, and he's talking about how D&D isn't like he wants it to be for roleplay.
Sounds like yet another case of someone who should play different systems and take a little bit from everyone before. Hey, Alejo, allow me to really recommend that video that I put in the chat earlier.
Yeah.
Talks about this exact thing.
Oh, cool.
Okay, then.
We'll get to it then at some point for sure. But like yeah, the problem of course being that this is a overarching video that says that D&D is fundamentally flawed, and now it is a this is what I want from it, which is like, yeah, sure, I also want different things from the system as well, but I wouldn't say that D&D at its whole as a whole is fundamentally flawed. There are aspects, sure, like the CR system, but it's not overall like a bad game, even though he has now claimed as well that it is a bad game. And I'm like,
Well, and like, by calling it fundamentally flawed, you poison the well, right?
Yes.
Because fundamentally flawed can mean anything from does not function, which D&D functions quite well, actually.
Yes.
Its modularity is actually one of its strengths.
Exactly.
5e included. And like, I'm never a fan of praising 5e.
Don't worry, none of us are.
That's right. I'll defend it, but I won't like it.
Yeah. So like fundamentally flawed, sure, insofar as there are flaws in the player's handbook, which is fundamental to the system.
Yeah,
Sure.
Exactly.
Wowee, you got me, I guess.
Whoops. Yes, fundamental flaws in his opinion. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so like it just seems to be a little bit of well poisoning,
Yep.
but we'll see how the video itself goes.
Exactly. Also, just for you to remember, if you remember the gold is a bad currency video, this is the same guy.
Okay.
So we'll see. We'll see.
What was his alternative if he had one? Dollars?
Gems.
Gems,
I
yeah.
remember you talking about
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not common enough. That's kind of a thing.
Yeah, and did he list some alternative metals? I don't think he did.
I don't think so. I honestly can't remember most of that video is the problem.
I just hope he said Electrum. That's all I care
No,
about.
he never said Electrum. I wish, but he never did. Okay. So, yeah, let's see. Okay, so he's going to, in a second here, compare to what he would like to see inside of D&D's Player's Handbook to now Blades in the Dark and how it presents having players make nuanced decisions. Like, it doesn't... Apparently, D&D itself doesn't support that, which I'm like, does it need to? I don't think so. Because you should be able to think on your own at some point.
Yeah, that kind of does sound like a responsibility of the DM.
Exactly.
And this
the
kind of...
players.
Yeah.
So we will see.
Player interaction, because my answer to that is I don't think much. When I consider Blades in the Dark, for example, another role-playing game that I have come to greatly enjoy, it encourages adaptability. That is the one key word I think of when I think of Blades in the Dark that comes as a part of its flashback mechanic. It encourages players to adapt rather than to plan, and to shape stories rather than to plan around a pre-existing narrative because of the flashback mechanic. If something...
Sure, but you can still be adaptable when something isn't mechanically advantageous to do so. Like, I don't see why... I mean, like, don't get me wrong, the flashback kind of mechanic in Blades in the Dark is pretty cool. It makes you do the whole Ocean's 11 style. Actually, a while back, we went and we bribed the guard. So actually, when we get inside and the guard is actually handcuffing us, he just unlocks it and we're good. Like, it's neat. And it has that mechanic with the stress mechanic. So you take a bunch of stress and then at some point you either get too much stress and just fucking pass out and you're now no longer part of the thing, or later on you then have to manage that stress by instead of going for doing something between missions, you have to either instead of maybe getting some more money or something, like some sort of resource, you then have to manage your stress and take that away. Like there's a whole management aspect to it because of this mechanic. And the same can be said for D&D with like spells. Spells exist to make it so that you can be adaptable, and the adaptability is there in just you interacting with the world because you're a person. So it's just inherently there just because you are playing as a character in the world. The other aspect of adaptability that you can see inside of the player's handbook is it giving you multiple situations that are handled differently in examples. So it's like, oh, if your character is more like this kind of character, they might go into it this kind of way. But if they're not like this kind of character and like this kind of character, they might go into it at this kind of way. But that doesn't say that you can't do it the other way if your character isn't like that character. So they can try it, but it might be bad. Okay.
Yeah.
Goes wrong, all I have to do is call for a flashback, and all of a sudden, I, not the GM, not my fellow players at the table, is the one shaping the narrative.
I is the one. Very good.
Yes, he are doing it.
He are there.
This allows me
I'm sorry.
You're good.
So, like, it would seem to me that how would I put this? He's rewarding players for adaptability, but in his example, he's like, oh, the DM is laying out this, but now, I is the one shaping the story. And it's like, that goes beyond adaptability into narrative skittishness.
Well, it's also a built-in mechanic for Blades in the Dark. Like, this is literally what you can do, so it's completely different. Because in the middle of the game, if we're in a scenario and one of you says, whoever's running the game says, fucking, this is what's happening, I can't just go, oh, actually, no.
Yeah, that's not equivalent.
Actually.
Yeah, exactly.
And the thing is, I don't. So, okay. The mechanic in Blades in the Dark is very neat, and I like it, because it is balanced, and there are things about it that are, blah, 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 blah. It's a well-done mechanic, and it is very neat.
Yeah.
However, I think because D&D kind of prides itself on being the entry-level TTRPG, it's very easy to get into. Everybody knows this.
Yes.
Having a mechanic where all of a sudden the players can snatch the reins away from the DM in some small way would make it harder to get into. Because that is kind of a whiplash kind of thing for people who are used to D&D and, like, I'm the DM, I'm in charge, I'm telling you what's going on, you tell me how you react to it.
Yeah.
Suddenly being able to say to the DM, no, you're not in control now, I am. Now, obviously, the DM has, or the storyteller or whatever in Blades in the Dark, has an amount of veto power in this situation, and there are rules to limit this ability or this mechanic's power.
Yes.
It's still kind of it's still whiplash.
Yeah, I remember when we had first ever looked into Blades in the Dark, before I had ever known anything about it, I immediately was like, oh, I don't know about that as a mechanic, right? Because it's just like, it's not what I was used to at all. But like, when you actually look into it, it's like, oh, no, this, like, whatever it is, the amount of stress you get from it, if it's something that is actually a big change, can be severe. Because, and it could get you so close to, like, already being knocked out. So it's like, it's a real gamble if you want to do something monumental, absolutely, so there are those limits and everything, and I didn't understand that. So it was something that I was just like, and I didn't understand that it's actually like, you're not reacting to things, this is just how it goes. And then the reaction is just, well, actually, we planned this, it's fine, because you're acting on a plan that your characters have made already, technically, right? it's a very different game.
It is.
And it's cool.
It's very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah.
It's
Don't worry.
Really
No,
cool.
Alejo, we need to spend about 10 minutes or so making sure people know that
Right.
we like
Right.
Blades in the Dark.
I gotta make sure. Absolutely.
But I think that level of freedom to make changes on the player's part effectively out of nowhere,
Yeah.
is it would be very intimidating for new DMs.
Yes, for sure.
I know it would be for me if I was running my first game and then I'm like, all of a sudden people are telling me what's going on and like what happens. I'm like,
yeah,
you know,
exactly. Having some more experience now, I can roll with that for sure. But like before, that
would be very disconcerting.
Yes.
Me as a player,
not every player gets into the storytelling component. That's also true. Yeah, that's the thing. D&D itself can lend itself so for everybody because it's got that wide net. The people who have been using it to be a more storytelling kind of game are absolutely able to do that because they understand how to do storytelling, or at least get that experience as they play. And then for the people who just want to dungeon crawl and do things with lots of combat, they can do that too, because it's pretty extensive with how combat works and being able to run through dungeons and all of that kind of stuff, right? Like, it is not flawed in the sense of being that adaptable and being able to cater to that amount of people. It, like he said, it is a strength, but then he's also in there saying, well, because it's a strength, it's actually bad. And it's like, what? Huh?
Because it's a strength, it's a weakness.
Exactly.
Reminds me of that meme of the dragon and then pointy hat going, "This fucking sucks, actually."
Yeah.
God damn it.
Right.
I fucking love that meme to death.
So funny. So good. Also, I see there's a meme from Pizza Funk. Hold on, let me open this up. So in my browser, there it is. It's my mind when I see a Garabayism in the wild. Give it to me. Come on. I can make memes with it. Memes. So good. I love it. Thank you. I love these memes. Okay, here we go.
I love that fucking meme format to death.
Yeah.
This fucking sucks,
it.
actually.
Yeah.
Love
Yes.
it.
Yeah.
The little guy is such a...
Yeah.
Good choice on Delicious and Dungeon, by the way.
I've never seen it, but I've always heard great things about it.
It's fantastic.
Really?
That's
Okay.
what I hear.
Cool.
I'm gonna be trying to rewatch up to part 4 of JoJo again soon.
I need to watch part 4 still.
I was talking with Brogan about part 4 actually very recently.
Nice.
Part 4 might be I don't know. I still think part 3 is my favorite, but part 4 is pretty close.
Yeah,
part 4 is fucking great.
The
I
first
didn't like
episode...
it.
Oh, sorry, go on.
I didn't like it to begin with because the colors were like just so fucking crazy.
Yeah.
But damn, it's really fucking good. It is, honestly, it's really hard for me to choose, but I honestly think it's a 3-way tie between 2, 3, and 4.
That's fair.
Yeah.
From the first episode of 4 that I watched, I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna like this," and then I
you
just
are
need to-
going to like it.
I just need to watch it. Yeah.
The color scheme at first really threw me as well. But like I grew to love it as time went on.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't know if I grew to love it, but it definitely, I was able to just it just became natural.
Yeah.
Yes.
It became part of what I looked forward to when I like clicked an episode. Like what color is the sky going to be today?
Cool. Yeah.
And then you get even more of that with certain parts of fucking part 5.
Ooh, okay.
There are crazy fucking colors in that. Anyway, go on. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Oh yes, in 5. Yes, I was thinking of 6.
Wow.
Yeah.
Strength is weakness, exactly. I would understand so much more of the internet if I would watch JoJo. That is true. Now that I've actually watched part 3, I understand so much more.
Yes, you do. And dude, you'll get, if you've never seen any JoJo, I will just tell you this: there is legitimate truth to the phrase "breathing is a JoJo meme"
Yes.
or a JoJo reference.
Yes, it is.
It is.
Well, all you need to do for that is to watch part 1.
Yes.
Yes,
Exactly.
So if you've never seen any of it, watch part 1 and you'll get it. And it's fucking hilarious when you get it.
It's very funny.
Yes.
So he would like D&D again if he can overrule the DM whenever he wants. Is that where he's going? Dunno. Let's see.
Not, what's going on in the rule book or in the charts, but what I think would make for an exciting tale. That narrative adaptation on the fly, is something that feeds into the excitement and the fantasy of playing as a dashing, swashbuckling rogue, a ne'er-do-well, hopping along the rooftops of this haunted city. There are systems and frameworks that offer and facilitate interesting storytelling, and I just don't think Dungeons & Dragons is doing enough to push its players in those nuanced directions.
Again, does it have to?
No.
I don't think so.
It does not have to. Now, you know what? In that last little bit of him talking, I was actually reminded of another game that I like and would love to try one day, but it'll probably be by the time I'm fucking 50 plus.
Yeah, for sure.
Like legitimately.
Yeah.
God. Anyway,
Existentialism for a
7C.
second. Yeah. Oh yeah.
7C, because the way that game works is everything happens in scenes.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of similar to Vampire, where it's technically a scene.
Yes.
And but in 7C, the scenes tend to be a bit shorter.
Yeah.
So they can facilitate this rule where when you are doing a skill check, you have a dice pool and you go for successes and shit.
Yeah.
But every time you use a skill combination, a skill and characteristic combination more than once, you lose one of your dice in that pool.
Yeah.
But if you do something different, so like for example, if you use like dexterity sword, I don't know, I don't remember the skill names.
Right.
Use dexterity and sword first to do a fight, then you you have your full dice pool. But if you then do strength sword to kind of like switch the style up, then you get a bonus dice.
Yeah.
Because you're changing how you're doing shit, and that actually is a mechanic that pushes you towards making these different choices and kind of really varying up your fighting style or whatever it is that you're doing.
Yeah.
You can absolutely still do like strength sword over and over again if you want, and just kind of be that like brutal brawler. But it does actually incentivize you to be the kind of, dashing swashbuckler who's like, jumping up on the table, then swinging them from the chandelier, and then, kicking the table over, and, all this different shit to get shit done.
Yeah. Which is cool.
But again, it doesn't need to.
No, exactly.
It's cool that it does, but you can also just do that because you felt like it.
Yes.
Sounds like a way that this TTRPG system encourages adaptability.
Yes, exactly. Now, again, the thing with D&D is that the rules themselves don't necessarily say, "Hey, vary it up." They don't have to. That's the thing, because something can work over and over again. But if you want to be adaptable, you can do so. And the best way that I can see that happening is in sort of social situations, because it could change on a dime. That's just how it works. Whatever you say might trigger the other person into thinking, "Oh God, they know something," or "Oh, I actually gotta kill this person," or "Oh, I gotta get away from this person." Like a bunch of different things could happen, and then you have to change things up based off of what is happening in the scene. If something isn't going your way in a conversation, then you can change up how you talk to the person with a intimidate roll, with a persuade roll, with a deception roll, whatever it might be. Just to try to get that information or something. Same thing can happen in combat. Sure, your tried and true methods will always work, but you can utilize the environment. You can utilize your spells in different ways. You can utilize the positioning of other people. It's it's a whole, you can hold your action and wait until somebody else does something first. Like, there's a lot of different ways to be adaptable inside of D&D that it doesn't necessarily tell you to do outright, but they are there as mechanics that you can use, and the roleplay stuff is just roleplay stuff. It doesn't need to be mechanically incentivized necessarily, but it can be here and there. The optional rules inside of D&D's core rulebook, for 5e at least, says, hey, you want to use other fucking abilities inside of your skills, you can do that if they make sense and your DM says it's cool. So, like, it is there in different places. You just gotta look for it. You gotta read the book. Hey, read your fucking player's handbook one day, maybe.
Whoa.
Bring that back from the dead.
Also, I'm so mad because the way you were like building up to that, like, oh man, it's blah blah blah. The best way you can do that is by purchasing Raid Shadow. No.
Hey, bring
like,
that
I
one
just
back,
wanted
too.
to interject
Yeah,
fucking bad.
Right, exactly.
D&D, in its interest of being accessible to as many players as possible, does nothing to challenge those players or to encourage them along nuanced storytelling paths. I want you also to...
I'm sorry, but that is the purpose of the game, like whatever scenario it is. That's not the purpose of the rules necessarily. I don't know. Like a story, if somebody puts a show in front of me and the show is supposed to fucking do that for me, yeah, absolutely. The show needs to do that. I'm sorry. But if it doesn't, and it's like touting itself as some nuanced fucking thing, and it's just as simple as, oh, actually, the guy is bad because he's bad. And it's like, okay, well, what the fuck am I supposed to do now? Like, when I'm playing D&D, I'm doing the nuanced decisions because it's me. I don't need, you know, the DM can also put things in front of me to say, so, the villain here is actually bad because of this, and this. And then it's like, but you could kill him right now. You can fucking do that because he's gonna, and all the people that he's actually, like, helping with his fucking evil acts are going to die. But you can kill him right now and it'll be a greater good for you and your people. It's like, oh, yeah, you know, like, I can think about it at that point, but it's not because D&D is pushing me in that direction, and it doesn't need to be because D&D is pushing me in that direction. The modules and stuff can do that because they're written by somebody to try to push that kind of stuff here and there, and then the rules are just there to facilitate you playing the game however you want to play it.
I don't understand the desire to have the system not dictate, I guess, but like push that. It's weird to me.
It seems to be. Let me actually reestablish. He wants the rule system of D&D to help establish a tone toward a particular feel.
It does seem that way, yes.
Yeah.
Then in that case, it would seem that this is another case of blaming the rules for the DM's job.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm saying. It's just like, I don't know, man. The game gives you so much power when you are the DM that you are supposed to utilize in a way that is supposed to be fun for you and the other people and just entertaining. Like,
I'll happily agree with him that sure the rules could lend themselves more toward a particular theme, a la how in Delta Green, for instance, the rules for insanity lend themselves toward your character will go insane at least once.
Exactly.
Over a campaign of any length. So, like, that does help establish an air of, like, dread and, like, oh no, what am I going to see?
For sure.
But, like, it would seem to be that he's playing a kitchen sink RPG, expecting it not to be a kitchen sink RPG, but a horror RPG, or a romance RPG, or a this or a that RPG. Yeah, and it's just him laying the job of the DM at Watsy's feet and going do it for me.
Exactly. It just doesn't seem. It doesn't seem rational to me. I don't know why it's this way, but I just like if you want that specifically, you gotta find it or create it. That's just how it is.
Consider,
Like, if anything, the fact that there are so few rules that lend themselves toward a particular, like, emotion or feeling in any direction is by far one of D&D's greatest strengths.
Exactly.
Because it helps, like, promote homebrewing.
Yeah.
Like, you can make those rules. You have the power.
Exactly. And again, he said this as it is a good thing, but it's also a bad thing. And I'm like, well, I don't know, man. How can it be both? Like, how I know how it can be both, but how can it be both in a meaningful way? You know? Because you're just telling me something about D&D that I'm like, I could just run it this way if I wanted to, you know? Like, it's not, I'm sorry, but if I want to run something in D&D, I gotta put in some work. That's just the way it is. I gotta put in work for whatever I run, because I want it to be something, right? I want it to be something that's, like, gonna be memorable and fun. That's what I want. It's what I've done for Vampire, it's what I've done before in D&D. It's just, it is just how these games work. Vampire lends itself to its atmosphere because that's what it is, right? D&D also lends itself to its own atmosphere, which is high fantasy, big power, fucking larger than life fucking characters. That's what it is. And, like, we can make it into other things, even with those rules and that setting in mind. We really can. So, like, I don't... But the book itself doesn't tell me that I need to be nuanced, like these other games, apparently. So, like, that's not great for you, but I can be nuanced myself. And I don't see it as a flaw, because I can just do that.
The other thing is that the system isn't telling you to be nuanced, and you don't have to be.
Exactly.
You can also just have it be a fun little romp where it doesn't matter all that much. You know, you can have a dungeon crawl where there's effectively no overarching plot.
Yeah.
You just go in, beat shit up, and get shit.
Beer and pretzels.
Still not a fan of the term, but I know what you mean.
Not a fan of the term, but, like, it is something that does work.
Because honestly, I would just have pretzels. Just flat out.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
I'd be dry, but you know what? Fuck it.
But yeah, no, it's just, this is just more, and I get it. We're yelling at a person. I'm yelling at a person who's just saying, "Oh, this isn't for me." But I'm sorry, you made the video and didn't make it as clear as you could have.
Be more clear.
No, legitimately, this fucking
I know.
video title is not clear that this is just a personal fucking need for what D&D is. It's like, yeah, you don't like D&D as much anymore. Neither do I. Great, good. We can move on.
Dread, another one of my favorite role-playing games. Dread encourages the players to buy into the narrative because of the Jenga tower that it is based around.
Yeah, it's cool.
As the Jenga tower teeters, as it totters, as players continue to move bricks around or blocks around, they are forced to consider the impact and the weight of their actions, and there is a real, tangible connection between the impact of the player's actions in the real world and the impact of the player's actions in-game. I don't need to explain or show you a chart or have you look at 9 different pages of rules in order for you to understand you are in very real, very critical danger.
No, you still have to show them, like, the rules.
Yeah, they still need to have rules.
They still need to know, like, how the game functions so that they can understand that that is how the game works. Like, yes, I understand. A Jenga tower itself can, like, promote anxiety. Sure. I get that. But, like...
Could you imagine just having, like, a Jenga tower just glued together in a really precarious way just to make yourself... And it's just sitting there on your fucking, like, desk.
Some horrible monolith, my guy. Jesus. But
A
like, yes,
monolith to instability.
exactly. Oh my god, it's an art piece now. Holy shit.
Yeah.
But like, I understand that the inherent thing is there, but if you just put a Jenga tower in front of people and say we're gonna fucking tell a story, they're gonna go, what? Okay, like, sure. I don't know. If you did that and I had no knowledge of it, I'd go like, that's weird. Okay, let's do it. I wouldn't necessarily go, oh, this is like supposed to be scary until we started and like you actually went, oh, this is a horror thing. And I would go, okay, sure. But yeah, it encourages the buy-in. But I'm sorry, all TTRPGs inherently encourage the players to buy in because they're playing a different character. Like, they are just not necessarily themselves. They're even the ones that you are there are literally TTRPGs, I don't remember what they're called, but I know them. They are TTRPGs where they are just a thing has happened in the world, and whatever you are doing right now, you are that character, you are you in this situation. What do you do? Like, it's a whole thing where you play as yourself, but you're in a weird or wacky situation. And it's like, whatever you're doing right now, it would be us sitting at our computers. We would just be doing this, and then, uh-oh, alien invasion is happening. It's like, yeah, we all need a fucking buy-in because we're still playing the game. And we're not, like, actually doing this shit in real life, you know? So, like, I don't know, man. It requires the buy-in. It's like, yeah, they all do. Great. Let's move on. You've said nothing. Good job. Goes back to what I said about how style and setting sells the game. It's true. It does. And like, whatever you might want will be, you know, something that you see on the cover or inside the few pages that you read. Like, if you want something like Call of Cthulhu with its whole tone and everything, you look at it and you read it a little bit and you go, oh yeah, this works for me. Right? Like, this works for what I want. If you want something like D&D, it does the same thing. But you don't need to, like... I thought that this would be more fundamental than the roleplay doesn't necessarily work for me because the book isn't telling me how to roleplay as, like, I think it should. It's like, what? It tells you that roleplaying is a thing that you can do it how you want to. Like, based on how your character would do things.
That's a fucking hilarious way to put that.
I'm confused.
You can look at the Jenga tower as it sways and understand that your decisions in-game have impact. Again, this is a systemic and rules-driven choice that this system, Dread, is making to encourage players to buy into the fantasy that it creates. Dread is a horror game that aims to create tension, and its rules and the way that the game is...
D&D is a fantasy game that aims for you to be the heroic character that does a bunch of heroic deeds.
No, but it's not my low magic, grungy. It's not my Witcher game.
True.
Because that is fundamentally flawed.
Yeah, that is bad.
Indeed.
is set up creates that tension for the players. My argument is that Dungeons & Dragons, in its rules and systems, fails to do this. Fiasco.
Guys, there's no thirsty sword lesbians in my D&D.
Right.
Fundamentally flawed.
Exactly, dude. Exactly. Also, if we're like nearly 20 minutes, we've skipped 4 minutes of this video. If we're just gonna keep saying this game does it this way, it's like, okay, cool, man.
Yeah. Guys, I hate the action economy of 5e. I want to have more actions per turn, maybe 3. D&D is fundamentally flawed.
Exactly, dude.
Is another great example in terms of the player's buy-in. Fiasco, which in many cases touts...
If you want to be told how to roleplay, become an actor in TV and movies. Exactly, yes. Oh, God.
Itself as kind of being a movie scene, a Coen Brothers movie, encourages the players who are not active movers in a scene to play as the audience, determining whether or not a scene goes well or poorly for
Sounds
the
neat.
characters involved therein, by thus increasing not only the buy-in from the other players, but allowing it to feel like it's a movie and encouraging the players to make choices they wouldn't normally make.
That's what it does. Great. Amazing.
Because, again, this isn't life or death. These are the goofy and, in some cases, tragically flawed characters who have more ambitions and no impulse control. These are not real people that we have to care about. And I think that phrase...
Neither are any of the people in D&D.
That's literally true of every TTRPG.
Yeah.
Yeah, like what?
I don't have to care about anybody.
Wait, it's all pretend? Always was.
Yeah, exactly.
Always has been.
Always has been. It's like, I'm sorry. Okay.
We even have a term for this, theater of the mind.
Yes, exactly. I just...
Gaming device of allowing other players in order to get into those scenes has that same impact. These are 3 games whose rules and systems encourage nuanced storytelling, player interaction, and greater thinking and a greater depth of role-playing in a way that I don't feel like Dungeons & Dragons does, or even in my reflections, has ever done. But as foundational as these
Well,
issues...
congratulations, you're right.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Oh no. But is that a bad thing? No.
No, it is not.
He's waking up.
You can take the red pill. Oh god.
Are, as much as I feel like Dungeons & Dragons does not, in its systems, encourage the type of deeper player interaction that I'm really looking for, I think the problem and the flaw goes even deeper than that.
Tell me.
For as wonderful and as simple as the D20 system is, the D20 system is part of the major problem.
What?
You see, when we use the D20 system...
wait, actually...
Okay, well, here we go. Okay, he's actually getting to the point. Let's see.
Actually, this is the point that I was hoping he would make. I kind of agree.
Okay.
We are encouraging a pass-fail, a binary system of choices that I find to be uninteresting, and I would argue cause the story to go into a stalemate, or at the very least, to go into a very boring direction. And I'm going to...
Oh, sorry.
So
Yeah.
I would like to take over
please,
on this
please.
because I have thought of this exact thing before.
Okay.
And then I discovered Pathfinder 2e
Yes!
has degrees of success.
Okay, that's what I was going to say. I'm glad you
in
already said it.
increments of 5 or 10.
Good.
And also is based on the D20 system.
Yes, exactly.
I do agree. So that D&D encourages a pass-fail state that you find uninteresting. But that's not an issue of the D20 system.
Exactly. Okay, I'm glad you had said Pathfinder, because that was immediately, as soon as he said the D20 system, I went, what the fuck about Pathfinder, though? Like, you can do it in a way that it is fine. And even if you don't, this is the thing. Like, I understand D&D itself, yes, sure. It says you either pass it or you fail it, because in the rules, if you don't hit the target number, you don't actually hit the target, so you don't get to do it. But in things like Vampire, like we've done, you can fail forward, and it's inherently in the system. And we encourage people to fail forward in whatever they're playing, because it is an interesting way to keep the story moving forward, but with complications and stuff. That's why in even what is it? The Star Wars TTRPG has those complication dice that are even inside of it, where when you roll through it, it can cause a complication here and there, even when you're succeeding and such. There's a whole bunch of different mechanics that are out there that do this, and Pathfinder also does it with, like you said, the 5 and 10 being over and under, and all of this kind of stuff to make it so that you do fail or pass better or worse, you know? But again, like you said, that's the actual D&D system, not D20 itself. It's very, very stupid to say that the system of D20 can only encourage pass and fail, because it's like you could just make the D20 system do anything, really.
And so now comes the point where it's going to sound like I'm going back on my word and end everything that you all just said.
Sure.
Because, sorry, I'm also eating.
Disgusting.
While Pathfinder while Pathfinder does encourage like degrees of success,
Yeah.
and it's like plus and minus 10 critical success and
Yes.
failure and whatever. I'm far more of a fan of how Vampire the Masquerade does
Same.
it with their like truly open-ended system of like there is no like how to put this, there isn't even the framework of this is pass or fail.
Yeah.
There is just like what does the storyteller think in that moment.
Yeah, yeah. You can have your targets and such, but you can fiddle with it here and there if you really want to. It's honestly, it's great. I fucking love Vampire. It's so much fun. But yes, it's just if you really look at the D20 system, you can make it so that it is the degrees of fail forward. Like 5 under means that you still do it, but there is a complication. Like you could literally just do that anytime a D20 is rolled. If you get 15 to 10 or somewhere in that 10 to 20 range, maybe 15 to 20 is like always passing, and then like somewhere in like I don't know 12 to 15, well you're using 15 twice at that point, but you know what I mean. You can make it so that it's a pass, but there is a complication, all that kind of stuff. Like it can be done, but it's just not what D&D chooses to do with the D20 system. That is the issue. They just go, yes, no. It's like, okay. Which, again, sure, that's fine, but I don't think it's a fundamental flaw. I really don't.
Yeah.
I think that it works just fine for D&D. We can just say yes or no, and then what happens at that point is, hey, adaptability! You, as the player, get to adapt your strategy. The DM can also adapt their strategies. All that kind of stuff can happen. And yeah, it's more work on the DMs and the players because of that, but I don't know. It could lead to something more exciting, or it could lead to something that isn't so exciting. The possibilities are still there. It doesn't seem to be a flaw in the sense of always making things stagnant and all of that. I wouldn't say that. You could make a D20 system with 20 separate severities of pass-fail. Just a thought. Yes, you could.
Be a nightmare, but like
it would be a lot, yeah. But you
yeah,
could
it would
do
be a lot.
Exactly what I mean by that. Let's consider a player in the middle of mountain climbing in a D20 system like Pathfinder or like Dungeons and Dragons. The DM calls for a roll, a simple 15, in order for them to scale the side of the peak. They fail. What happens in this instance? Do they fall and thus are forced to make the check again, which is just merely stasis? If they're not under duress in a D20 system, they might just continue to do that over and over again. Do they fall and take...
They don't fall. The rocks do. Everyone dies.
Exactly.
Very good.
a horrific amount of damage? Take a horrific amount of damage, thus injuring themselves and potentially eliminating part of this possibility, part of this problem, part of this issue? Or do they just remain on the side of the canyon? Either way you slice it, the player is forced to engage in either a completely new way of thinking, which could lead to some...
Or they're unable to scale the peak, and while like falling or like otherwise like making their uncoordinated descent back to where they started, they make a ton of noise, and this like gathers the attention of the what are those enemies called in Morrowind?
Rock baboons. Cliff racers.
Cliff racers,
yes.
So now because they failed their roll by 5 or more, they now have to try to scale the peak while under attack, or try to fight off the cliff racers while on the face of a mountain.
Yeah, exactly.
And Saint Jib is dead.
It's true. We're all sad.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, like it's at that point, it's just I almost said story. The DM has the responsibility of creating the situation that actually is more engaging than just you don't move or
like you fail, try again.
yeah, or you fail, try
You know?
again. Exactly. Like, I'm
Like,
sorry,
come
but
on.
like it's just that simple. It really is. You
Mhm.
gotta put in more brain power than just pass fail, all that kind of stuff, if you want it to be more than just pass fail.
Mhm.
I don't know. Like, yeah, again, it doesn't necessarily lend itself to that, just because it says pass fail, but you can make the failure have consequences. That way, it's more than just failure.
Something interesting, but
Oh, sorry, you were gonna say.
Perhaps this is me unfairly calling out desks and dorks.
Mhm.
But it would seem to me that they ran a D&D game at one point and they weren't terribly imaginative when creating their campaign, and the players thought it was boring, or what is it, desks and dorks thought it was boring.
Right.
Um,
And because of that, even though they did nothing to like try to make the experience more tailored to their table,
Mm.
they went, no, D&D is just a bad game.
Yeah, well, it's this thing of like,
Take responsibility for your own bad game, desks and dorks. Learn from it.
I
mm,
I think the other thing is just when you do go away from D&D into things that are more suited for specific things, like he has, you start to look back at D&D and you go, "Oh yeah, that is like more generic, isn't it? Like that is like not really tailored to what I want, and I had to put a lot more effort into it than maybe I want to now." Which is fine to have as a thought. That's totally fair. But
mhm.
I wouldn't just say that D&D is fucking bad at that point.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It works. It works very well. I just don't want to play it anymore, and neither do you. And that's okay. We don't have to like really just like explain ourselves to the internet, and say that actually because it's so flawed is why I don't play it anymore. No, I can just say I just don't enjoy D&D as much anymore, so I'm just going to not play it as much anymore.
God damn it. Every time you say actually in that
Yeah.
like tone of voice,
Yeah.
I just see the actually this fucking sucks. I just see it again.
Great.
I love that little guy. Oh, it's so good.
It is.
if the player had a cool plan or an intriguing idea, or they were looking to, I don't know, engage in part of the core fantasy of their character, say, for example, a rock climbing or far ranging barbarian, or a ranger that likes to scale cliffs in order to scout out new terrain, if they're trying to play out a core fantasy of it, being forced to take a completely new tack removes them from that fantasy, and if they're forced to just continue to roll over and over and over again, the story has just reached stasis.
So you just said what the problem was. They were forced to. Why did the DM force the one who is supposed to be like this rock climber that's pretty good at it? Why did they give them a DC that they couldn't do easily, or give them something that's like actually like, I don't know, man. Even the best rock climbers can slip. You know, I don't know. If you're fucking free climbing a rock, what are you gonna do? uh, Were you gonna say something, Aiden?
No, I was gonna say even the best even the best engineer builds I was gonna make an Ocean Gate reference.
I understand.
Oh, okay.
I understand. I liked the Oceaneer, I'll be honest.
Oceaneer, yeah.
And a pilot is now an aeroneer.
Yes, exactly.
Ooh,
yes.
all right, yeah.
And people who drive cars are rodeneers.
I prefer Rodition.
Ooh.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Roditions. Okay.
Roditions. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Or are
Ultimately,
those the people that make the roads?
Oh, good question.
The D20 is the problem, and it is to blame here. A simple pass-fail on a D20 system isn't just boring, I think it's bad for good storytelling.
Sure.
The binary solution of this is what causes the story, and I would argue the game itself, to stagnate.
I mean, it could. It very well could. But I don't think that it's a death sentence to a story. I'm sorry. Plenty of stories that I've seen played out in D&D have been just fine because of this system. You can look at Critical Role. I can literally point to them. I don't know.
It also, like, how do I put this? No, actually, I was gonna say he's spending a while making this point, but maybe it's just because we keep pausing.
It might
the
be,
video
yeah, it
every,
might be
like,
us.
2 seconds.
Yeah. Be an opportunity for growth, player agency, or greater creativity. In other systems, you could do this. Not D&D, though, I guess.
Yeah, that's impossible.
What?
Well, so no, I do agree with him that it, like, in other systems, having a more like degrees of success based mechanic does give you an opportunity for growth,
Yes.
player agency, or, like, you know, whatever.
Absolutely.
And this just seems to be him complaining, guys, the grass is greener over there.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. But even so, even with the fact that it is that way for other systems, D&D, you can still do that. It just means that you, instead of doing one binary choice, you can make 3, maybe. You know, like, you just gotta, like I said, adapt as the DM on the fly to really, like, give the players opportunities to do other things. Like, and let the players say, oh, while I'm falling, can I do this? You know, when I'm, you know, on the side of the cliff, can I do
While I'm
this?
falling off of this building, can I take a selfie?
Exactly, yes.
You know what? you know what? Actually, let me check my 5e
Yeah.
DMG.
For sure.
Because I can swear that when I was reading it the day I got it, because God knows I never opened it after that.
Exactly.
I could have sworn there was a bit in there about, like, hey, if your players are searching a room and the DC is 20, but they roll a 25, have there maybe be some extra little bit of loot that they find.
Honestly,
because
there might be.
I remember that I had that system of, like, degrees of success to give extra bits of loot. I know that I had that in my first dungeon.
Right.
And I was still starting out as a DM. Give me, like, just 1 second.
For sure. If you find that, then that kind of puts a lot of his shit out of the water here and there, because it gives you that example to then extrapolate from. Oh, you have to do work in your brain by thinking? Ugh.
Poor thing.
Poor thing. You could have the party search for a more easy way up the cliff, maybe have them acquire a guide or just go a different way. The Fellowship tried climbing a mountain before going through Moria. Exactly.
That is true.
Like, I'm sorry, but the game itself doesn't need to tell you how to do nuance, because you yourself understand how stories are. Like, I know that if you're not experienced at D&D, you might not think of this on the fly and all that kind of stuff. I get that. I understand that, right? But you've seen any type of story by reading it, by experiencing it on TV, by watching a movie, by doing, like, storytelling is a essential part of the human experience. It just is. So, like, you will understand that if you want them to go forward, that they need to go forward somehow. Now, whether or not that turns into you saying, oh, actually, you're fine, and you just go, well, then there's not much I can do for you, right? Because you're probably inexperienced enough at that point not to know what railroading is bad, right? You don't know that yet, maybe. But but if you are experienced to a point, then you know that you can just say, ooh, they get a guide, just like Pizza Funk is saying. They get a guide, they try a different way, they gotta go through Moria instead of climbing over Casa Doom.
That actually would be fucking sweet
It would
if you
be.
wound up, man.
He's so cool.
that would
I
be
can't
very
wait
cool.
for the Lords of Moria DLC. Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah,
I
dude.
really want it. I really want it now.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's just I don't know. It's I don't know why it needs to be the fault of the system for so much of this when I don't know. I feel like just being alive, you can figure out how to do things here and there.
It's really not that hard.
I just don't know. I just don't know.
Yeah. You know what? There's another system actually
Yeah.
that that kind of does this, and it actually does it in a different way than all the other systems mentioned thus far,
Okay.
because everything has been player centric
Yeah.
or centered. And in the game Jackals, Jackals is a Bronze Age fantasy game
Mhm.
where you can think of it kind of like it is set in an area that is inspired by like Conan the Barbarian,
Right.
the Old Testament,
Okay.
Egyptian mythology, and stuff like that.
Okay.
Really interesting shit.
Yeah.
And one of the things that really impressed me was actually how they handle enemy actions.
Okay.
Because there are so it's a D100 system, so
Ooh,
everything,
hell yeah.
is D100.
Love it.
We love those.
We love those.
And there was an enemy. I want to say it was like a desert jackal.
Okay.
So just like regular ass, and I don't mean like jackals as in the people.
No,
Because-
no.
Yeah. The main player characters are usually jackals, and they're called that because they're going out like scouring ruins and shit like
Okay.
that. They're-
Gotcha. Yeah.
yeah.
Scavengers of some sort. So
Exactly.
jackals. Yep.
Yes. So the real animal
Mhm.
jackal, like a desert jackal, you roll a D100 to attack, but there are there are different things that can happen depending on what you roll for just
Ooh.
an attack roll.
Okay.
So it's not just that, oh, you rolled to hit and then you hit. No, it is actually, you know what? Let me grab the book really quick because
Yeah.
I have it nearby.
Yeah, for
Hang
sure.
on 1 second.
So while Boo finds the book,
Yes. You found yours.
Let me bring your attention to page 242 of the Dungeon Master's Guide for 5e.
Oh my god.
To a little section called Degrees of Failure.
Oh
Sometimes-
no!
Sometimes a failed ability check has a different consequences depending on the degree of failure.
Yes.
For example, a character who fails to disarm a trapped chest might accidentally spring the trap if the check fails by 5 or more.
Oh my god.
Whereas a lesser failure means that the trap wasn't triggered during the botched disarm attempt. Consider adding similar distinctions to other checks. Perhaps a failed charisma persuasion check means a queen won't help, whereas a failure of 5 or more means she throws you in the dungeon for your impudence.
Oh my god. It's a whole resolution and consequences section. Oh my god. He's done it.
So,
He's done it, chat.
You know, though,
Yeah.
I would love to turn this into a read your player's handbook moment.
But this is actually in the Dungeon
and
Master's Guide.
And I really am tempted to, but it is the DMG.
Yeah, nobody read this. That's true. But it's there! Oh no! Success at a cost! Degrees of failure, and then critical success or failure. Oh no.
Okay, so I'm back.
That's amazing.
Um,
Yeah. Don't worry,
am I good?
Aiden just got you everything.
Really?
Yes, literally in the DMG that no one read, to be fair. Nobody read it.
Yeah.
So
nobody read it.
242 in the DMG has literally success at a cost, degrees of failure, and critical success or failure inside of resolution and consequences.
It doesn't it doesn't have all three of those, but the name of this section is degrees of failure.
No, it does have all three of these. It's each of those sections inside of resolution and consequences. Success at a cost, degrees of failure, and critical success or failure. That's what I
Hold
said.
on, let me go back to page 242.
It's okay. You even went in to look at the book and you didn't read it. That's the DMG, everybody. That's the 5e DMG.
Yeah.
I'm looking at
That's-
it right now on the AnyFlip PDF version.
That's fucking hilarious, dude.
But yes, literally, you just got you to everything. It's just, you know, nobody read this book, so nobody knew. That's great. I love it.
That's fucking hilarious.
Anyway.
So, it
Just struck me that I wasn't pushing control.
Oh.
Yeah, you think I'm reading this shit? I am skimming at most.
Yeah!
yeah, fuck the DMG. But also, thanks DMG.
But
for
also,
letting us
hey,
fucking-
DMG, you actually are pretty
Yeah.
cool.
Oh yeah, it does have those two other sections. I literally just saw Degrees of Failure, and then I was like, you know, I don't know if the section that I am actually looking for is in here, but I know that this is in here, and
That's
this
fucking
being in
hilarious.
here alone is damning enough.
It is. It is.
So I immediately gave up the quest of trying to find what I was looking for because I no longer cared, because that would have meant I would have had to read the DMG.
Oh, I love it.
Absolutely
Oh,
hysterical.
you can't make this shit up. That's so funny.
You really can't.
Oh, anyway.
So
okay.
So I will be perfectly honest. It's been so long since I've read this book that I don't really remember how the attack rolls work specifically. But so for all the multitudes of people that own the Jackal's rulebook,
Yeah, exactly. You and the other guy.
yeah, me and the publisher.
Yes.
It's a cool game. I want to play it eventually.
It does sound
Anyway, so for the on page 198,
very good.
and it goes into Jackal parentheses animal.
Yes, absolutely.
And down at the bottom, it shows its defense, its combat, knowledge, urban, all that, like the stats and shit.
Yeah.
But at the bottom of the little sheet, it has combat range. And at it has 3 different listings.
Okay.
And it is 1 through 10%, 11 through 30%, 31 through 50%.
Okay.
I don't really remember how exactly these are calculated and what you roll for,
Right,
but
right.
that's not really important.
Yeah.
So, 1 through 10, which is in this game you want to roll high. You don't want to roll low.
Right.
Unlike Call of Cthulhu, where low rolls better. Anyway,
Yes.
in
Which is stupid.
it's fair.
I don't think so.
So
It's just THACO all over again.
I don't think so. But we can go into
it's
that
not
later.
quite the same. It's a bit easier to understand. I still don't understand THACO personally, but I definitely understand Call of Cthulhu. But anyway,
Yeah.
If you roll the lowest here, 1 through 10, you get, and this is like an attack that happens in combat. You get Cowardly Nature. The Jackal pulls away from the fight, snapping and howling, but not engaging. If the Jackal rolls Cowardly Nature twice consecutively, remove this Jackal from the fight as it runs away.
Okay.
If you get 11 through 30, you get Snapping Bite. The Jackal leaps to take a pound of flesh out of its target, 1d8, blah, 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 blah. Doesn't matter. Then for the 31 through 50, you get Frenzied Snap. 2 attacks.
Oh.
So you just get 2 bites. It's the 1d8, it's the same damage twice.
Yeah.
If both attacks hit the same target, the Jackal knocks the opponent prone. Then if you look at lions, you get Rending at the lowest ones. You get Rending Shake. The lion bites down, shakes its target, 2d8 damage. The target must spend an action or 3 clash points to blah, 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 to break free. If they don't break free, the lion automatically makes this attack on its next turn for free. Then if you get the second one, you get Pouncing Rake, which is 2 attacks on 1 target. The lion reaps to rake its target with massive claws, 2d6, 7 damage each. 2d6 damage each, sorry. If both claw attacks hit, the lion knocks their opponent prone. And the highest one, you get King of Beasts. 3 attacks on 1 target. All fear the lion due to its ability to quickly slay its prey. A 2d8 bite, and then 2 2d6 claw attacks.
Wow.
It would sound to me like rolling low or rolling high on those damage would be degrees of success. Yeah, of success.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pretty much. But what I don't know if you were listening when I brought it up, because I don't know if you were
I may not have been. I was putting my book away.
Okay, that's fine. But what I was saying to Alejo was that this is another system that it doesn't really incentivize anything, but it was interesting to me because it changes how monsters act depending on what you roll.
Yes,
is
I
very
saw
interesting.
the jackals like snapping or running away.
I thought
Yeah.
that was super
Yeah, I
interesting.
super like that.
Yeah, it is
Yeah,
cool.
and honestly, this was something that I wanted to incorporate into my Call of Cthulhu stuff until I realized that would just be even fucking harder for me to come up with
Yeah.
that shit.
Yeah,
And
for sure.
I'm good.
Yeah, exactly.
But I do really, really like this. This is very,
Yeah.
very neat because you have. I think my favorite thing about it is that in D&D you have monsters with multi-attack, right?
Sure.
You have monsters with multi-attack. Tons of them have it, but then they also have just like a normal attack.
Yeah, yeah.
If they have multi-attack, why would a monster ever not use the multi-attack?
Yeah, it makes sense.
And
Other systems might make the multi-attack cost more actions per turn.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
Usually, that's how they get around it, but I really like
not
this.
5e.
Yeah,
Not 5e.
This integrates it.
Yeah,
Yes,
that
this is
cool.
like they have a multi-attack, but they can't always use it.
Yeah, and there's
Yeah.
a reason, at least.
And there's an actual reason. It's awesome.
Yeah.
I also like how it really like elegantly folds in the morale system too, because like if the jackal rolls to like cower twice in a row, it just like bolts.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
it just
is
fucks
cool.
off.
And I assume that's the case for a lot of things that have that kind of skittish nature, which is cool.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not just there.
Unfortunately, the only animals that they that have like that detail in the book are jackals, lions, and wolves, and I think the wolves don't have that. But you could have it be for more things.
Yeah, for sure. Exactly.
Because let me actually check it again because I kind of described it a bit wrong. But let me read the blurb on the back. Jackals is a role-playing game of Bronze Age sword and sorcery set in the lands of the Zaharets, known as the Land of Risings, inspired by the myths, cultures, and history of the ancient Near East, and by such texts as the Iliad, the Epic of Gilgamesh, and the Old Testament.
Ooh.
The Zaharets is rife with monstrous creatures, cruel beast folk, and the ruins of ancient civilizations that came before.
Very cool. Okay.
It's really neat.
Yeah, that does sound very
Because I want to say I picked this up when me and Brogan were playing Conan Exiles.
That makes sense.
And
hey, Boo, can I get a spelling?
Zaharets. Let me get into Discord. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Skyrim does not like being alt-tabbed out of.
No, it does not.
There we go. Zaharets. Right there.
Thank you.
Yep. And then Jackal's the role-playing game. It's not spelled any differently from the animal name.
Oh, cool. Yeah, no, that does sound neat, and it makes sense that it would be while you were playing Conan.
Yeah, because it's basically just that.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, now that we've gone on that tangent and we've found out about a bunch of other things, as well as the fact that D&D actually also encourages you to do the degrees of success and failure, which
actually this fucking rocks.
Yeah, exactly. It's in there. Nobody read it though, because who read the DMG?
Nobody.
Oops. Oh well.
Yeah. I feel like God damn it, they've already released D&D
whatever
2020 fucking whatever.
4, yeah.
Yeah, and they really just need to start printing the DMG and the player's handbook together.
Yeah, make it the core rulebook.
Why-
Whoa.
Yeah. Why would they make less money?
Yeah, exactly.
Because-
Why would they want to
Yeah.
do that?
But
the
just bump up the price then.
Yeah, exactly,
At least then
right?
people would read one of your fucking books.
But then
God. the fuck do you...
But like, if people look on the shelf and they see an $80 core rulebook,
Yeah,
they'll go,
exactly.
ooh. But instead, they'll see a $60 player's handbook
and
and
go,
a $60
ugh, but okay.
yeah, for like player's handbook, DMG, and monster manual. But like, they will spend the 120 to get both the
Yeah,
the player's
exactly.
handbook and the monster manual.
It's true.
That's I think WotC's game.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, don't
It's
worry
just
about
funny
it.
because they're like, we're gonna print this third book, and we're gonna spend all the money on the illustrations and all that bullshit, and nobody ever buys
Nobody
it or reads it.
Yeah. And do you know why we're so salty about it? All of us three? Because we're the fucking whales that fell for it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I have it. It's over there, and I've not cracked it open more than 3 times. Like, legitimately.
I definitely got the DMG for $40. I didn't get it for $5
That's
because by that
fair.
time I knew the deal.
But unfortunately, this is one of those times where if you were to actually look in it, you would go, "Oh, they innovated!" Like for the first
Oh my
time in
God.
forever.
Yeah. And then you spend 5 minutes being like, should I look through this?
Yeah, exactly.
Nah.
You just look into that one page and then go, "Oh, I'm done. Yeah, that's all I needed."
Yeah, it's like, yeah.
I
It's like, yeah, no, I ain't reading that shit.
I remember I bought it, and I read it in the car on my way home.
Yeah.
And by the time I got home, I was like, "All right, cool. Well, there's some cool magic items in this."
Exactly.
I guess.
Yep.
Mhm. This
Oh,
okay.
that's so funny.
So you know what?
It's a testament to it, really.
I feel
Yeah.
like obviously they're gonna keep printing it.
Yeah.
But I feel like they should put the DMG as like a free downloadable PDF or something.
Yeah.
Or like if you buy the DMG, you get a code for the PDF or something like that.
Well,
Maybe
I
that's
think
already a thing that they do.
Through D&D Beyond, yes.
Why? Yeah. Why would they make less money on D&D?
Yeah,
Beyond?
exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
But like at least then it would be easier to read.
Yeah. Honestly,
It
yeah.
would- because when I first got the DMG, I read through it like once and be like, okay, so this is how the game is played, and then I'm good after that.
Yeah, exactly.
But after that, the only thing I ever fucking used it for was like learning about the gods.
Oh, okay,
And even then, I'm like, wait a minute, I could just Google all this shit.
yeah. Also
It's
true.
like-
Also very true.
God.
I will say
It's-
I read more of 3.5's DMG and its DMG 2 and DMG 3 because they existed and they had a lot of information in them, like actual rules and tables and stuff that you would need. And of course I always
Shit that actually expanded on the game.
Yes, exactly. I always will sing the praises of the DMG2 for its store and merchant encounters and all of that kind of stuff. If you ever want to run a store campaign where you're owning a business campaign.
Oh, fuck yeah.
That's right.
Hell yeah.
It's so funny. I fucking love it.
Yeah.
They actually innovated super hard in the sense of, hey, D&D can be more than just you go around adventuring. You could literally just open up a shop, whatever type of shop. We got a bunch of tables for you.
It's fucking great.
It's good stuff. Anyway, we'll never get that again.
Yeah. And sorry, there
Yeah,
was one
you're good.
last thing I wanted to say.
Yeah, for sure.
I feel like the DMG issue is effectively the same issue that Games Workshop has with the fucking codices and battle tomes.
Yes.
I fucking hate that company to death.
Yeah.
So much because, and unfortunately I've fallen for this more than once.
Exactly. That's why you hate it.
That's why I fucking hate it.
Yep.
If you buy a codex or a battle tome,
Yep.
it is literally out of date before it arrives.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
That is not an exaggeration
I know.
in the slightest.
I know.
It is all because they are just constantly updating that damn game and changing things and doing little FAQs and shit.
And then they sell
And-
you the next book. that has all of those
Yeah.
changes, and then it's already out of date by the time that it's on the shelf.
Yes. So they are selling these books that, by their very design, are out of date the moment you get them in your hands. If you've ordered, well, I mean, honestly, even if you buy them in a fucking shop, it does the same thing.
Yes. Yep.
And then,
No, I know. I get you. I understand. All right.
Yeah.
Let's continue. And now that we've disproven the fact that that exists, oh, I'm sorry,
Yes.
we've made it so that it's not just pass fail in 5e.
Now that we have won.
Yes. Now that we've invalidated a
Yes.
fair portion of this video.
Yes, exactly. Let's continue.
In other systems, a failed roll is an opportunity for growth, player agency, or greater creativity.
true.
And as one person actually put it, and I really liked this, when you are allowing systems that
credit.
force the player to fail forwards or fail interestingly, you are allowing them to shape the story or giving yourself as a GM another opportunity to shift or change the story in new and interesting ways. Let's take a look at how Blades in the Dark would do this, for example. If you attempt to fall down, you could just call flashback and say that you bribed an alchemist to make you boots that adhere to a sheer surface.
Sure.
Now, all of a sudden, you have a new piece of intriguing gear, but in calling for that flashback, you have added danger to the clock and forced everybody in the situation to deal with the potential fallout that comes with your doomsday clock being filled.
I forgot about the Doomsday Clock. It's also one of the things they use to mitigate the usage of flashback a bunch. It's stress and the Doomsday Clock.
I did not remember the Doomsday Clock.
Yeah.
I remembered stress.
Yeah.
If we were looking at Dread,
I do not remember the Doomsday Clock either. Would you please refresh my memory?
From what I remember, and this has been a little while, it's it will gradually make the encounter harder, I think. Something about the game becomes more difficult because it will continue to fill up.
Is it that the big megacorps actually take note of you? Or something?
It's not. I don't think they're megacorps, but I think they are the. Yeah. It's
They're the ghosts.
the families or all that kind of stuff. Well, whoever's in charge. Yeah. I think it's that.
Okay. Yeah, because I remember it being very similar to I just think of like Doomsday Clock and I have this image of Adam Smasher in my head.
Sure.
Which
Fair.
which like makes me think perhaps I've thought about like the corpse sending in Adam Smasher or something
Basically,
like that.
yeah, basically that. Yeah. Because like I think if the Doomsday Clock fills, your game is over. I'm pretty sure. So.
Your
you know
game's
what?
over.
Why am I asking this when a simple Google search would
Yeah,
survive?
Blades in the Dark Doomsday Clock. Yeah.
for example, let's say that you really botched this climb, and in Dread, if you
Dread actually comes with Jenga. I thought he was just saying that. I don't know if it comes with Jenga. But you use Jenga with Dread. So
That's interesting.
I'm pretty sure it is its own thing. Actually, you know what? I can solve this with a simple Google search.
Oh my god.
I've just been reminded that Google does exist.
For better or for worse.
Let's see. If I go to get it, yeah, you can just get Dread itself. I don't think you get, because Jenga itself is owned by
Jenga.
yeah, whichever John Jenga, the one who owns Jenga himself, exactly. Yeah, I don't think. Oh yeah, because they say that you can do it with a tower of wooden blocks. So it's not specifically naming Jenga because that is a trademark.
Yes.
So you have to get that.
I do love what is it? Legally distinct Jenga.
Legally distinct wooden blocks.
Yes. Legally nondescript wooden blocks.
Yes, exactly.
I'm seeing lots of people talking about like the clock system in Blades in the Dark, but I'm not including like danger clocks. But I'm not seeing specifically Doomsday Clock.
It might be the danger.
Yeah, it
clock,
might just be
then.
the danger clock then. Yeah.
Yeah, like the only mention I can find of the words Doomsday Clock is like one guy on Reddit.
Ah,
No, it's the
this guy.
progress clock. That's what it is. Yeah, and danger clocks. Here we go. GM can use a clock to represent a progressive danger, like suspicion growth during a seduction, the proximity of pursuers in a chase, or the alert level of guards on patrol. In this case, when a complication occurs, the GM ticks 1, 2, or 3 segments on the clock, depending on the consequence level. When the clock is full, the danger comes to fruition. The guards hunt down the intruders, activate an alarm, release the hounds, etc. Yeah, okay, sorry. So, here, I'll give you the link to the website. It's actually an official kind of, or somebody made this for Blades in the Dark rules. So it's
this is what I was on before.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
So that's what it is. It's whenever they're in a place doing a job, the danger clock is always there and always present, and it will fill continuously as it's going through. And if it fills to a point, a danger happens, whatever that might
Just
be.
don't miss any pagers.
Exactly. Yes. Don't miss the pages.
I like the idea of having 2 clocks racing against each other too.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
It's very cool. Blaze in the Dark is good.
Mm-hmm.
Haven't played it before, if the Jenga tower falls, your character either dies immediately or dies at some point at the GM's discretion. So let's say that the tower falls, but the GM allows your character to live, but the throbbing in their head, the blurring vision, lets you know that something is going on internally with your character that is going to end them at some point during the game, probably at a time that is going to be the most inconvenient, not just to you, but to everybody involved. In both of these situations, all that this has done, this framing device, has empowered other people to allow...
Why did you format it like this? Why is everything so squished?
It looks like it was typed in like a word pad or something.
Yeah.
And then like control scrolled in and then fried.
Yeah.
It is very deep fried, actually.
It's very weird.
How new information or interesting storytelling.
This man owns a
into the game.
publisher.
I actually included this little screenshot, which I found from a game designer discussion forum that I really liked. And I love this idea of empowering players to see what they want in the game, but opening yourself up to new possibilities when failure situations emerge from the fiction that you have created.
Yeah.
This is something that the D20 system inherently does not allow. And
it just it inherently does
not allow.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You gotta be careful with your fucking words, dude. The system, the D20 system can allow for this to happen. We have seen it allow for this to happen, and even in D&D itself, it's in the rules that this can happen. Yes, they encourage it. Brother, I'm sorry, but you didn't do your research, 1, and 2, you're making a grand sweeping statement about a dice system. You gotta be careful.
Yeah, like, the fact of the matter is, right, D&D did not invent the D20 system.
No.
Mm.
It just utilizes it. Oh my goodness.
Where did which game did actually?
That is a good question.
You know? Was it in Chainmail?
Maybe. Where did the D20 system come from? Let's see. Fuck off. I don't care about your new AI mode. Oh, originally developed for the 3rd edition of Dungeons and Dragons.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Well,
did 1 and 2E just like not use?
They use D100s here and there, and I think there was I feel like it wasn't. I don't know. Let's see. Support. Okay, wait. Direct effort of licensing the new edition of Dungeons & Dragons through the D20 system for trademark, allowing other companies to support the D20 system under the common brand identity. This is distinct from the open game license, which simply allows any party to produce. Okay, so they open licensed it back in the day with the OGL and the OGC, open game content. Okay.
Interesting.
Sure. Okay. I didn't realize. Never mind.
Yeah.
I don't like this
look,
video.
that's-
I'm sorry. You're good. It's not good.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's not a good video.
Look at how quick and easy research is.
Yeah,
Crazy.
that was very quick and easy. That's true. And I am now,
Mhm.
now that I've said that, I can at least say, hey, yeah, Wizards of the Coast did invent the D20 system, or somebody there did. But I'm sorry, but they didn't invent the rules on how to use a D20. You know,
Indeed.
like that's silly.
Yeah, it is.
And as much as you could house rule this or add these solutions to your game, it's not rules as written. And
When was this video published?
Oof.
8 months ago.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
as long as we continue to blindly adhere to the D20 system and its binary pass-fail nature, we are essentially limiting not just ourselves as GMs, but the players who participate in our games.
Sure.
But it's not just the core role-playing that I take umbrage with. No, D&D's combat also kind of sucks.
Here we go. Place your bets, people. Place your bets. Is it gonna be too slow?
Really quick.
Yeah.
So I just Google searched degrees of success in 5e and get the first result is fucking Reddit, but the second result is a D&D Beyond degrees of success, crit fail, fail, success, crit success. Published June 26, 2023.
So simple research.
Yeah, literally because Reddit doesn't count effectively.
Exactly.
The first result,
and then the third result is from RPG Net forums,
which I actually would take over Reddit most of the time.
Yeah. And then 5e degrees of success / failure.
Yep. It's one of those things where you just do a simple Google search and you start going, why didn't you do this for your video, man?
Yeah, we did it for your video.
We did it for your video. After the fact, I'll grant you, but it's okay. We can care more about your video than you do. That's all right.
Yeah.
Also, okay, so it's going to be too slow. You're going to be doing the same thing over and over again for your optimal result, right? Like, that's going to be something that's brought up for sure. What else?
He's going to say that combat feels very samey because it's just hit monsters over and over again until they die.
Yep. No morale.
Combat doesn't feel dynamic.
Yeah, that might come up. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Okay. Let's.
I mean, like, in fairness though to desks and dorks, like, these are all, in my opinion, fairly valid criticisms of 5e. Like, it's not too hard for me to gauge what Desks and Dorks is going to say, because I just think, hey, what are some issues with 5e combat? And I list what comes to mind.
That's fair. But again, I wouldn't go as far as to say the system is bad because of it. Because it's just like, with the D&D combat specifically, it's a lot of what you do with it, right? With how it works to make it so that it is dynamic and everything, right?
So I view 5e very similarly to how I view Skyrim.
Okay.
It's not a particularly great role-playing system, but it gets the job done.
Exactly.
It's not a particularly good combat system, like Dark Souls is way better.
Right.
But it can get the job done for like a sort of a kitchen sink RPG, a power fantasy experience.
Yes, for sure. And I think that's a very apt way to put it in comparison, for sure.
I'll be completely honest, this is something that I have felt for a long time. And I think part of this is in the class divide, right? Because
I talked about this before.
Hey,
I talked about this
Alejo
before.
brought that up.
Yeah, literally how mages are way more powerful than marshals, which again, I don't find it to be like a damning problem because it has been fixed in something like 4e. But it is something that I can see why people have a problem with it, sure. And I understand that magic should be more powerful than you swinging your sword. That's just, I feel like that's fundamental to what magic is. But I feel like in terms of a game, like we've talked about, you should make it so that everybody can feel like they're participating and have an equal kind of contribution to a fight, you know, which is what 4E did. Hey,
Crazy.
but you know,
If you're choosing between a martial class and a casting class, you're really choosing between, do I want to have a lot of options for creative problem solving in combat, or do I want to have very little options in creative problem solving in combat? Now, don't get me wrong, there are specializations and nukes.
So I would like to push back on very specifically, would I like to have like very many or very few ways of handling a situation? Because if I am a barbarian with a hammer, that dragon looks like a nail.
yeah,
Like I would push back on like, oh, having few ways to solve a problem like limits you, and that's bad. It in fact is not. I would say that it frees you.
yes,
Because you know how your character is going to respond.
yes,
And so now you have the opportunity as the player to inject a little bit of like uniqueness and characterization of that character in that moment.
yes. I would agree.
So like, yeah, your character's gonna run forward and swing a hammer, but like, how are they going to swing that hammer?
Exactly. Yep.
I understand this may be a bit difficult because this line of thinking requires a touch of nuance.
Ooh.
But I believe in you.
Yeah, exactly. You've done this for years. I don't know why now it's a problem.
Yeah.
Or class features, and I do think the designers of D&D have tried to bridge the divide, but let's just take a look at what a first level wizard gets access to. Yep. That's just the spells.
Yeah,
That
cool.
is
And
just
how
the-
many of those spells do most players actually take?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and also it's limited by the amount that they can learn, and it's also limited by the amount they can actually cast in a day.
If UA is allowed or not.
Yep, exactly.
level 0 and the level 1 spells. Now, again, a wizard only gets to know 6 of them.
Oh.
However, you have 6 level 1 spells and a range of infinitely castable 0 level cantrips compared to the fighter's basic abilities. And this problem is really only exacerbated as levels continue to grow. It's something that I have noticed even entrenched D&D creators mention in their videos and in the content they make numerous times. There is a huge issue with the class divide, but that's not even my biggest problem. My biggest issue is that in many ways combat in D&D just devolves into using the best ability ad nauseum.
I said it. I said this. I knew he was going to say it because it's always the fucking argument.
Oh, they just do the same thing in every Yeah, okay. Alright, just don't do a different thing then, I guess. That's fine.
Hey, Alejo,
Yeah.
would you like to tell me, you're playing Delta Green?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be the storyteller.
The
and game
handler?
master,
Oh, yeah, hell yeah.
Sure, yeah. You've got a werewolf in front of you.
Okay,
And a revolver in your pocket.
yeah.
What's your first turn? What's your character do?
I shoot the werewolf.
Okay, werewolf runs up and it does a claw attack against you.
Yeah.
Second turn, what do you do?
I shoot the werewolf.
Okay, third turn. The werewolf does a bite attack this time against you.
Yeah.
What do you do next turn?
I shoot the werewolf.
Damn!
Yeah, I know. Oh,
Like this isn't an issue of D&D, like this isn't a fundamental flaw of D&D.
No.
This is just like people are going to do any player is going to game any system that they are going to play and try to find the most optimal gameplay, like round loop that they can do, and then run that loop continuously through combat.
Exactly. You want to live, don't you?
Ostensibly.
Ah! And again, we do things differently here and there in the sense of doing things more flashy, doing things that aren't always going to be the most optimal, because that's what the character wants to do in that moment. Because we play as the
So-
character, usually. And hey, when the flashy stuff, when it gets to be dire, guess what? We're doing all the shit that we can do to survive.
Yeah. Hey, some of us older Pokemon players grow past the point of every round in Pokemon doing a damaging move,
Mhm.
and some of us learn the power of Dragon Dance.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Exactly. Damn, why does the military just use guns? Why can't they use sticks? Exactly,
Yeah.
Pizza Funk. I don't understand. Just pull out the sword like they used to. Ah.
Those of you who have been longtime fans of Desks and Dorks content know that I think combat should be a puzzle, and I really
Sure.
love games that allow me to find unique and creative solutions every single time I engage in combat. It's part of the reason I like.
Okay, so you know how I've been telling you guys about how my favorite thing to do for D&D combat is to make environments dynamic,
Yes.
or like make there be like a pit in the center of the
Exactly.
battlefield.
Yep.
Or the battlefield is set upon a rushing river and
Yep.
you're navigating in between rafts,
Yep.
trying not to fall as combat goes on. I did all of this in D&D, right?
Exactly. Yeah. It's just like, you can make the fights a puzzle in D&D. Some enemies are inherently kind of a puzzle. Trolls.
Yeah. You can like delve into like some ancient temple to
Mhm.
some forgotten god
Mhm.
and have maybe you trigger a trap or something,
Sure.
and all of a sudden infinitely respawning enemies start like coming out of the walls,
Mhm.
and you have 5 turns to solve the puzzle, whatever. Like,
Yeah, so stop it. Yeah.
yeah, like this isn't a D&D issue.
No, it's just to make your
Mhm.
fucking thing fun and
This
a puzzle.
this is a skill issue.
Exactly. Like, legitimately, just do what you want to do in the game. Make
Be the change that you want to see in the edition.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And I understand. Again, this was brought up in the beginning. If it's very much a Ship of Theseus situation for you, where you are homebrewing it more than you want to actually consider it to be just the system itself, then just do a different system. That's fine. Absolutely. Nothing wrong with that. But it's not D&D's fault. Like, for these kinds of things, that you are not running it so that the combat is more interesting.
I think Desks and Dorks is actually us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they're also growing sick of D&D.
Sure.
But I just think that they're in a different stage of
Yeah.
like the 5 stages of grief.
Exactly,
Where
yeah.
they're in like
They're in anger right now.
yeah, they're in anger. Whereas we're just like in acceptance, and we're
Absolutely.
just like, it's not D&D's fault, guys. It's fine. Let people have fun with what they enjoy.
Exactly.
Um, uh, yeah. That was really the end of my point.
Yeah, no, I get you. It's that's honestly, like, I feel like you're right in that, because again, like I was saying before, we have when you go away from D&D and you play all these other systems and you go, "Ooh, I like these way more." And then you look back at D&D and say, "Well, that was fun when I did it, but like there is some things here that it is lacking that I like in these other things." That's perfectly fine. That's, in fact, entirely natural. Just play the other stuff, man. You don't have to go into a diatribe about how D&D is bad. Because it's not. It's not bad. It is fine. It is a system that works, okay? Because of how it works, it's so adaptable, and you can play it however you want. The only things that are fundamentally flawed are very few and far between, but do not, like, break the game, I would say, to make it bad. So we can just say, hey, I'm going to play this other stuff. And that's all we need to do.
Yep.
It's crazy.
But clicks though.
Yeah, but
and
clicks
engagement.
and telling people that it's actually bad though, and like again, and I get that there was a whole section of Wizards of the Coast is bad. Great, good. And if you don't want to support D&D because you don't like Wizards of the Coast, great, good. Say that. Like, and you did say that in the beginning here, but you're going into things that are not the fault of D&D. They're just they just aren't inherently the fault of D&D, and I'm sorry, you're just muddying the water. You want to tell people not to support Wizards of the Coast? Just tell them that.
Yeah.
You know? I'm not supporting them. Great. Amazing. I hope that they improve, but I'm not going to support them financially until I see that improvement. And that's the mindset that I have for any company that I just don't approve of in the sense of whatever it is they're doing. And I hope that they improve. But unless I see actual fucking evidence of that, then I'm not going to buy their shit.
Yeah.
It's not that I don't have that as a philosophy for every company. I have that as for some and only some. But that's just because those are the ones that I actually give a shit about. Or can actually potentially influence in some way.
Yeah.
Even if it's small. Anyway, Rust Monsters, Gelatinous Cubes, Ghosts, enemy variety is really good. Yes. That would make it so that these combats are more varied and everything too. Dynamic. Or other things YouTube doesn't want to let me say involving paratroopers. Oh no. They can use sharpened sticks at the bottom of a pit. Yes, exactly. Yes.
Stuff like Darkest Dungeon, and here's the problem: the more I play D&D, the more I wish I was playing a different combat game. You see,
That's
other
fair.
games have already started to try this. Hollows, a wonderful little game from Rowan, Rook, and Deckard, is playing around with just doing bosses for combat and treating every one of those combat encounters like a fight for your life.
That's cool.
In which case, your quote-unquote best ability might not necessarily be the tool that you need to solve the problem at hand. Another game
That
that I
sounds
think
really
does
neat.
Yeah, it does. It sounds like something that I would love to try someday.
Yeah, Desks and Dorks, I'm glad you're finding systems that give you what you want to experience in TTRPGs. You're so close to figuring something out.
I don't know if we can influence Nintendo, but we can try. Exactly.
Yeah.
I feel like the effort is the most important part.
Combat better than anything, and again, I think this is part of the reason I hate D&D's combat so much, is Gloomhaven, because you can't just use your best ability, because once you've used an ability, it goes into the
away.
discard pile, and because every card,
Gloomhaven is a board game.
every ability has two parts to it. So a lot of times you are attempting to not just use the best one half of the card, but to find the best combination of top and bottom half for the solution.
Gloomhaven is pretty fun. I've played the Steam version that's just the board game, but it's a digital thing. Pretty fucking fun. I would recommend it.
And when you couple
it's got some little RPG elements, but it's not a TTRPG. So okay.
this with the fact that you are working with players who have a similar puzzle to solve and changing mission objectives and changing rooms, you have a never-ending combat puzzle that is infinitely more engaging, strategic, and intriguing than anything Dungeons & Dragons has ever dreamed up in terms of its combat. Or, again, another dungeon crawler that I think does this really well is Perdition's Mouth, the Abyssal Rift. This is an obscure tactical dungeon crawler that I really love, but it eschews dice for this rondel system where your character, as marked by their own individual shield, can take an action in the rondel. For example, they can make an attack action, but once all of the spokes in that rondel are filled, that action cannot be taken by any other character in the role-playing game. This means that you as a team have to strategize about what moves to use and when, because not only
seems like a completely different game. Very cool. I like it.
Yeah, this is pretty cool.
Yep.
You have like the designated attacker, the designated shield. Yeah, that sounds rad.
That sounds really cool.
you need to spend movement to actually get across the dungeon, but movement is what allows you to move your shield across the rondel. This
Oh.
adds an added layer to the puzzle of how to defeat enemies in combat in ways that Dungeons and Dragons
Hey, by the way, out there, if you didn't know, we've got the keychains again. I'm just gonna talk about it right because this is just stuff. So I'm just gonna talk about other stuff. We got the keychains in. Go into there, and if you want all 3 of the keychains and you use the promo code CREWKEYS, you can get 20% off for all 3 of them all at once. Oh my god. Hey, go there. Look, they're little keychains. Whoa, your keychains.
I want a keychain.
Yeah, all of us are on a keychain. Get them all. It's a whole set. They're already in the mail for these 2. It's great.
Dragons just never really does and never really encourages me to make. Again, as somebody who played a lot of 3.5, the memes about just cast magic missile till they're dead or I cast fireball at the darkness are memes because they're kind of true.
Yeah. Okay.
You're supposed to cast magic missile at the darkness.
Yeah. You messed up the meme.
Bro.
How did you mess up the... You used it in your example. Okay.
At some point in combat, when your best ability is a hammer, every problem just starts to look like a nail. And it's one of the reasons that I find Dungeons & Dragons combat to bore me to tears. It does.
Just make it innovative. I don't know, man.
Or give your players 2 weapons.
Yeah. Just do something about it, then. You can keep complaining about it. That's fine. Inherently, it's got its stuff that you gotta do. But you could just fucking... I don't know. Just do something. Do more. Do better.
Also, allow me to push back on this whole, like, martial versus caster divide.
Yeah.
Because, a lot of high-level damaging spells, i.e., like, the fireball, for instance, right? If someone casts fireball at the dragon and it miraculously does all of its damage, yeah, wow, yippee, that's 8d6, that's cool. But it's like... It's the warriors, it's the guy with, like, the Great Maul or something who's making called shots on the dragon to, like, break its wing so it can no longer fly.
Right.
I would say that being able to rid a dragon of flight is far more meaningful than 8d6 damage. So, like...
Well, so that's also assuming that they're not running it raw, because there's nothing like that in D&D.
Are called shots not raw?
No, they're not raw.
Okay, never mind.
Not anymore. So
my whole point was going to be that magic damage does not lend itself well to, like, specifically, like, debilitating strikes.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Whereas martials, like, maintain that ability throughout the course of the campaign, and being able to set up the rest of your team like do a lot of damage is very valuable in a team-based game.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Messed up the meme. I was about to rant. Yes. Fallout New Vegas exists, therefore I hate Cyberpunk. It's just really odd reasoning for anything. Yes, exactly. This other stuff does a different thing, therefore D&D should be different. Oh. Okay.
Does nothing interesting as a puzzle mechanic. And I find this especially egregious when we have had literally... I don't know, 50 some years now of dungeon crawling development.
Now I will give you this, that more innovation should have been made in 50 years for sure. But we have had some, at least.
Yeah, sure, but like, why would McDonald's innovate away from the cheeseburger?
Exactly. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
It all works fine. So why would they need to innovate? You know?
in the tabletop role-playing game industry and in the hobby in general. Please adapt some new concepts or new ideas to make this game.
No, actually, no. You know what? I'll push back on this even harder and say, no, they tried to. 4E, they fucking tried to, and everybody
you know
said
what? They
no.
tried.
Yeah, go
Yeah,
fuck
I
yourself,
agree.
actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. They tried to, and literally all of you fuckers went, no, I need my old thing back. And then they brought it back, and now you're complaining again.
You know, like the meme of like the little squishy creature like sneaking outside of its cube and it gets punched back in, and the next panel is like the cube with walls 3 times as thick.
Yeah.
That's what you did to poor little innocent Watsy.
Exactly. Oh my god. Gave me the same feeling as someone calling Sonic a Nintendo game. Oh, yeah, for the meme thing. That's fair. Why is it bad to make these changes to D&D yourself? So, I can understand if it is something that is too much change to make it into a different game, it's like, well, yeah, if that was the case for something that is a bad, actually broken product, sure. Like, you having to fix it yourself, yeah, that makes it not good. But he is making a mountain out of these molehills here and there, okay? Like, it's just, it is fine, it is functional, and if you don't want to play it, just don't fucking play it, okay? Yeah. You've found all these other things. You're telling me about these esoteric fucking games, and I'm like, cool, absolutely awesome. Go and play them. McDonald's did try having a pizza once. Oh, I didn't know that.
I thought that was a joke. I thought that was a joke.
I don't know. Is it? Somebody can do some research.
Yeah.
I'm not going to.
I remember hearing about that in like a cartoon. Oh, well, you know what? No, I'm thinking
SpongeBob.
I'm thinking SpongeBob. Yeah, I thought that so that was an actual thing?
It might have been.
Legitimately, I was sitting there like, oh, is that what inspired the SpongeBob
That's
episode?
what I was thinking too! Yeah! I was like, did SpongeBob make a meme?
Yeah, right? What the fuck?
Because they did that. Oh.
Yeah, the Krusty Krab
Not a
pizza.
joke. I've actually had McDonald's pizza. What?
Hell yeah.
McDonald's had hot dogs and pasta too? Well, so I know in other countries they have different things here and there too. So I guess it's not totally out of the realm of possibility. That's cool. Huh.
Yo, but like, actually real talk though, if you were to pizzafy a Big Mac, I'd eat the shit out of it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, same,
yeah,
same.
for sure. Yeah, you're right.
Like, just to try it.
Yeah.
God damn it. I'm so fucking mad that McDonald's is so goddamn expensive now.
Yeah, it's...
You know, I was seeing prices compared to 2005 versus 2025. And the percentages were like 94%, 102%.
Jesus.
Like, prices have literally just doubled at McDonald's.
That's
within
fucking
our
insane,
lifetime.
man.
Yeah, no, like, I just wanted a fucking McChicken. And I remembered back in the day, you'd go, it was on the dollar menu, you paid like $1.15, and you get a small McChicken. Wowie, zowie. Now it's like $3.78 to get a McChicken.
Yeah.
And it's like, Jesus Christ, what are we doing? It's a
They're
McChicken!
like fucking, yeah, it's like a double quarter pounder is like $9 or some shit.
It's fucked, man. Anyway.
Game feel fresh, because I'll be honest, if I have to cast Fireball 7 times in an encounter, I'm not playing the fantasy of a wizard. I'm playing a vending machine, and the only product I dispense is fire. But it's not just the
What's
combat
wrong with
system
that?
I
That sounds
take from-
great. That sounds hilarious.
I don't know. It's one of those.
They call me the
So-
fireman because I
like-
start fires.
So guys,
Son of
meet
a
my new
fucking bitch.
Meet my new Warforged wizard.
Yes!
Hell yeah.
Yes!
Yo, please make him cast with like a fucking arm cannon.
Yeah!
I,
So fucking funny.
dude, I want to take inspiration of like some robot from like Futurama. I know there's got to be a fire robot in there somewhere.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, or like a Mega Man Robot Master.
Ooh,
Yeah.
yeah.
You could be fucking Magma Mammoth or whatever his fucking name was. I don't remember.
umbrage with. I also think that the class system is limiting. This actually comes from two places. This comes from my history as somebody who studied to be a medievalist, and from my background teaching in primary education. You see, one of the things that we learned pretty early on is to rotate class roles, or at the very least to never pigeonhole a child, because in doing so, what you can do is limit their understanding not just of the world, but of their role in it.
Sure.
And I think that actually D&D's class system does something similar to new or inexperienced role players.
What about all of the subclasses that completely change how those classes work?
Yeah, and what about the fact that the people that are playing this game are not children?
Not necessarily. I wouldn't go for that.
I mean, for the most part.
Yeah, but
And what do we do about the fact that one person can play multiple characters over the course of their life?
Yeah.
Also good. Yes. Also good.
I think Jeremy might have a problem with that.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
You play one character forever,
That's
no matter
right.
what game you're playing.
That's right.
God.
I like immediately, I'm sorry, but immediately you're wrong. Like, sure. Okay. Whatever.
People who are just starting out on the RPG journey.
Hot take, I'm more of a lightning bolt dude. There you go. Fuck yeah. There's an anime about a vending machine.
yeah.
It's pretty good. Okay. Don't overlook the Happy Meals. They still go for pretty cheap. I don't need the toy. It's okay. There's just more plastic in my life that I don't need.
Yeah. I've already got enough microplastics in me.
Yeah, exactly.
Because when you get a system that says, hey, you are a fighter, you are a ranger, that means that you're not solving...
Oh, I'm sorry. You're telling your kids to play a ranger? You're a fucking horrible person.
You're a fucking monster. What the hell?
problems as somebody who is trying to find the most either nuanced solution or the best solution for the whole table or a solution that fits within the story. You're trying to solve the problem in the way a fighter or a ranger would. Now, I can already hear someone saying, but Kyle, isn't that what you were complaining about before? The system isn't actually encouraging role-playing, but in this respect, it is. And I will say, yeah, it does. It gets you to, I don't know, quote unquote, do what my character would do.
Oh.
But ultimately, I think the big issue with this is in a role-playing game setting. Do I want you thinking like a ranger, or do I want you thinking as if you are that individual character? And again, this is where the medievalist
that
in me
individual
kicks in,
character
because I
is
know
a
the fact
ranger.
there are analogs to it.
Okay.
Exactly. I just like, sure, whatever, you know?
There's nothing.
So like I can kind of maybe see the point that they're trying to make.
Sure.
Of like, will my character recognize that a situation is too dangerous and maybe call for a retreat?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Instead of maybe thinking, how does a wizard handle a, like, I don't know, big monster?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, they do spell, monster dead, like,
Yeah.
Instead you'll think like, oh man, I'm here on the ground, my head's ringing, a vampire is flitting about through the shadows. I
Right.
just saw him like eviscerate the barbarian. What am I going to do? Oh no, shit's getting too real for me.
Right.
So like I can maybe
Yeah. It's a tentative.
I don't like how much my point feels like I'm running cover for them.
Yeah. Yeah.
The mercy.
You're not supposed to eat the toy. Oh well, I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was in the Happy Meal.
Well,
I thought it was.
It came in the
included.
bag with my food.
It's with
You're
the.
telling me I'm not supposed to eat the napkins either?
Yeah, I mean,
Bullshit.
come on.
That's the happy part of the Happy Meal. That's what makes the meal happy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Eating the toy.
Yeah.
It's so that
I
my
like
insides
crunch.
can play with it. God.
I like crunchy food. What?
God.
I'll eat that little racing car and it'll leave me at Mock Jesus.
I've never heard that one before.
It's pretty good. He's contradicting himself and trying to say he isn't. Yeah, a little bit here and there, but it's, At this point, I'm just like, oh, you're just trying to find your excuses to say that you don't like D&D and have it like try to be something more meaningful.
And honestly, more power to them.
I'm fine with you not wanting to play D&D. That's fine.
Yeah.
But you don't have to announce it. I just don't care. I really don't care. Like, you're trying to make it so that it's everything that's D&D's fault, and it's like, dude, no, not everything's D&D's fault. I'm sorry. Just play something else. It's okay.
Adventurers of the real world or the explorers of the real world weren't specialists. They were generalists. They were individuals who worked really hard.
Yeah, but in the real world, they didn't, like, I'm sorry. Okay, sure. In the real world, it was different. Guess what? This isn't the real world. We have realism in our games to a degree. We don't need it to be completely realistic, and we don't need it to be not entirely out of the realm of realism. Like, it's just, it's however much you want it to be. I'm sorry. Yeah, like
come on,
it's
now.
fine. I like realism. I argue for realism in my games. But, at the same time, I'm not everyone.
Thank fucking God.
Yeah,
Or it'd be
Jesus
really awkward
Christ.
if you were.
Exactly. To be fair, I could just be talking to myself forever right now. I don't know.
You cannot comprehend the world outside your own mind.
Exactly. I could.
So who fucking knows?
I could be having a psychotic break right the fuck now. I have no idea. Who knows? Anyway.
To stay alive and see just
Thank God
one
there's
more
only 7 more minutes
sunrise,
of
or
this.
to see what was just beyond the next horizon. And so they wouldn't have turned their nose up at any advantage. They would have picked up a sword as readily as a crossbow. They would have thrown in with a talking bear as readily as they would have with a demon if it meant staying alive. And in that respect, I think the class system is severely limiting, particularly.
What do you think about multi-classing then, my guy? It does exist. You can generalize. It just kind of sucks.
If you are new to role-playing and you don't have a framework for...
And again, subclasses were not even mentioned. Like, dude, whatever.
I think in general it can lead to some bad habits that slowly get ingrained over the course of several different games, and I would much rather have a system that encourages a more holistic, creative problem-solving mindset than a class-specific one. And we're back to the camera because I wanted to bring it back to me because I feel...
Alejo, really quick.
Yeah.
I wanted to mention this point earlier, but I was eating.
Yeah, no worries.
Is multi-classing raw?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like I need to say this with my whole chest. Part of my issue with Dungeons & Dragons has nothing to do with the game or the company, but rather with the community that surrounds it. You see, I liked playing D&D for a very long time, but as I found new role-playing games that I really was excited about or interested in or intrigued by, I realized that I wanted to bring these to the people that I played D&D with.
Why'd you say interested? Why'd you do that?
My response from them
very interesting.
Resoundingly was, we are not interested in playing anything that isn't Dungeons and Dragons.
Okay, so this is fine. You can have this as an issue, but this is not a entire community issue. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This is just your friend group just doesn't want to try new things, which again, I understand that's frustrating and you don't necessarily want to deal with that. Great. Amazing. I'm sorry. Like, just find other people. I don't care how you do it. You can do it in different ways, and if you can't, I'm sorry. That's just straight up it. I'm sorry.
It's really not that hard. The internet exists.
It does. And like, again, I understand that that's not going to be a solution for everybody. I get that. I understand it. It is there as an option. And I would say that, again, if you just can't find another group and you just are going to settle with your group, then that's just, you got to lie with that. You know, you got to lie in the bed that you made. It's just how it is. I'm sorry. I can't sympathize more. I can just say, I'm sorry.
So, if you could turn your attention to the chat.
Yeah.
you'll notice an image that I actually noticed on Reddit like a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
And I would like to just like mention the same thing that I had but where is it? Scrolling. Why would I try ordering from a sit-down restaurant? I already know how to order McDonald's.
Yes,
You
exactly.
do you, but your aversion to learning is forcing you to settle for a worse product by an evil company.
There you go.
Mm.
There you go. You should put that in memes, honestly. Okay.
1 second. I will do so.
Yeah.
And this has been something that feels like a pretty universal thing. When I taught D&D at conventions or at local game stores, and I tried to introduce new RPGs to those environments, a lot of times I had some people who were excited, but the majority, I would probably say 60 to 70%, were just like, if it's not D&D, why would I care? And ultimately, and I know this is not an issue with the game itself,
Oh,
but
okay.
I take umbrage with the fact that we are limiting our horizons to one system made in the 1970s.
I
Look,
agree.
there is a
Fully agree.
wealth of incredible storytelling games. And I'm not just saying that as somebody who has a vested interest and runs a company that makes them. I'm telling you this as somebody who loves the medium and the form of storytelling.
Sure.
If you are only playing D&D, you are dramatically limiting not just your own creative horizons, but the ability for you to tell really impactful and intriguing stories in a number of different ways. And I'll be honest, this part of my presentation has been inspired by a comment that I got, because I make all of our videos setting and system agnostic. And I got a comment that essentially said, wow, you're really limiting your usefulness to the majority of your audience. And I'm going to tell you this with my entire chest. I don't care. If you are
Hell
only
yeah.
playing
Okay.
D&D, or if that's the only thing that you want, great. But I'm going to sit here and encourage you to try some of the incredible amount of RPGs being made.
So most of the people that you're talking to at this point for this are not going to
Mm.
be watching to this point. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like you
Yeah.
just need to make this its own video.
The people who are watching at this point are the ones who already do play multiple RPGs.
Yeah, exactly. Like
Um,
you've completely alienated this point from anybody that you wanted to reach.
Hey, you know what though? I will be honest. I agree wholeheartedly.
Oh, yeah.
And with my full chest.
Yeah, for sure. There's like I'm 100% about it. You play other things. Like it's just yeah.
Not just by myself, but by other incredible independent creators, whether you go to itch.io or Indie Press Revolution or Exalted Funeral, whether you frequent stuff from Free League or Rowan Rook and Deckard or Wet Ink Games or us over here at Desks and Dorks. I really do appreciate it, but I think if you are only limiting yourself to what does exist on a D20, I think you're doing yourself a disservice, and you are missing out on an incredible wealth of
Well, so I would say the Pathfinder is pretty fucking good. So you
Yeah.
can limit yourself to a D20 if you want to in that respect.
You know, the other thing I find a little bit funny and ironic.
Yeah.
The fact that he's like, oh man, D&D, you shouldn't play it so much. You know, you should play other games. Blah 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 blah. And yet his entire company / channel is named after it.
A little
with
bit.
the
Yeah.
Dungeons,
Desks and Dorks.
desks and dorks.
It's
Another D&D thing.
Exactly.
Discussion and discourse.
Yeah, we
Exactly.
have the same exact thing, but you know, it's just
Yeah.
it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, you get them in with that, and then you hope to steer them away, I guess, you know.
That's a really funny way to put it. With
Yeah, it's
actually,
like-
100%. It's like, hey,
Dare
look,
to say-
look, we like D&D. Now get the fuck away from it.
Like
Dare to say no to D&D.
exactly right. Like that's fine.
adventures, friends, and opportunities that are existing just beyond those pages. It's a huge issue that I continually see with the D&D community at large, not necessarily with the indie RPG crowd nearly as much, who seem to be, at least on my experience, and again, this is purely anecdotally, but in my experience, they seem to be more willing to try new or off the wall.
Yeah, this is why when you're introducing people to TTRPGs, you introduce them to things that aren't D&D first. D&D, not even once. Exactly. No, I mean, like, it's just one of those things where you just need to, like, know the people you're talking to, really. Because, like, D&D appeals to people, and then other things will appeal to them or other people, you know? Like, it's just how it is, you know? It's like anything. Fucking action movies don't appeal as much to some people, and fucking fantasy movies don't appeal to others. Like, it's just how it is.
All things. Please, if you take one thing away from this video, even if you disagree with my core conceit, for the love of all that's good and holy, try something other than Dungeons and Dragons. Just once. As is our way, I'm going to round out the video with a couple recommendations. If you have been inspired by what I have talked about and you would like to try some indie tabletop RPGs, here are some recommendations I think you might particularly enjoy. 10 Candles is
I've heard of
a
this.
post-apocalyptic horror role-playing
Pretty
game
cool.
about losing your life during a world-ending cataclysm. Instead of hit points, you have candles around the room, and eventually you will snuff yourself out into darkness. It's a deeply evocative experience, and one that is really deeply enjoyable, and I really like
I've only
this
heard
one.
good things.
Very
Fiasco
deeply.
is a game that I think I'm going to shout out probably
I've heard of
until the
this
day
too.
I die, but I love this particular one. This game has inspired me in most of the games that I work with and most of the games that I make. This does mean I am contractually obligated, however, to fight its author on a rooftop with katanas, just like in Highlander. So Jason Morningstar, please know that I'm gunning for you. But also, I think this game is absolutely wonderful, lovely, and a rip-roarious good time, particularly if you care more about the journey rather than the destination. I'm going to throw Band of Blades a shout out. I talked about Blades in the Dark.
Why are all of your, like, your screen grabs? Why are they all
really
stretched or fucking squished in some way?
It's fucking weird.
You can edit them, I promise. Or you can just take the screen grab as is and just put it. I don't know what you're using to make your videos, but like, what is going on?
Yeah.
But Band of Blades is essentially Band of Brothers through the lens of what if the Lord of the Rings thing happened where Sauron won, which I think is really deeply fascinating and really interesting.
I like
Johnny
that.
Chiodini, formerly of Dicebreaker, does a fantastic review of this. I think it's well worth checking
That sounds
out
rad as
there.
hell.
Yeah.
After the Rain, it's our game. It's only $8 over on itch.io, but if you're interested in a game that feels as dynamic in 2 hours as most D&D campaigns feel in 3 months, that's exactly what we wanted to do. We got rid of character stats,
I'm
replaced
sure
them with
it's
memories,
fine. I
core
just, you know.
experiences, and things that you lose
Yeah.
as the game progresses. And I really think that's the coolest part about this. I wanted a game that felt like a total character arc in 2 hours, and I really think we've captured that. And again, it's like $8 over on itch.io, so
So it's good for one shot.
for less than a Big Mac, you can get yourself a great game. Our
less
friend
than
Jex
Big Mac.
Thomas
Oh, God.
made this one. This is Bump in the Dark, the revised edition. I met Jex through the Symphony. They are a fantastic person and a great writer as well. But Bump in the Dark, a fantastic little game about protecting your town from the eldritch things that go bump in the night.
Cool.
Again, definitely worth a check out if you like horror RPGs or you're interested in something scrappy and entertaining. I'm going to throw Matt Orr and our friends over at Went Ink Games a shout out for Never Going Home, a weird World War I RPG that I absolutely love. I think the tone and setting, the art, and the rule set is evocative and deeply thematic. I'm also going to throw our buddy Graham Gens
I
and
adore
Under
the
the Autumn
title.
Strangely, a pastoral storytelling
I
game.
really like that art because it makes me think of an ugly sweater. Like, it actually looks really cool.
Oh, hell yeah.
To me, it kind of evokes the kind of like a Brothers Grimm fairy tale.
Yeah, that's
And it also puts me in the mind of that super fucking cool animation that was in Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. Remember the beginning, like kind of.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That one. Yeah.
I dig the shit out of that.
Yeah, it was pretty cool looking. It was like the only really good part of that.
Yeah.
For me, it evokes Over the Garden Wall.
Yes, also that.
Ooh.
Yes.
It's very good
Inspired.
art.
Yeah, for sure.
By stuff like Over the Garden Wall.
Oh,
I'll throw that
hey!
shout out
Oh, hey!
as well. And finally, I'm going to throw another shout out to a Desks and Dorks title, You've Always Lived in the Lighthouse. That one is aimed squarely at 2 players and aims at exploring a dynamic and evocative character relationship using a deck of 52 playing cards. All of these games, I think, are absolutely fantastic, and all of them are a wonderful introduction.
Allow me to also throw out a friend of the show, Peter's game, Tales from Elsewhere.
Tales from Elsewhere,
Um,
yes.
Yeah, if you want to see, unfortunately, I have no fantastic art to share,
Yeah.
but the art in Tales from Elsewhere
hang
is
on, I got you.
stellar.
Hang on.
Yes, please.
Tales from Elsewhere Kickstarter. That's the one. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you want to explore like a weird, like post-apocalyptic, like
Weird West.
Weird West,
Yeah.
with very flavorful characters and enemies, I would wholeheartedly throw my hat in the ring for Tales from Elsewhere.
Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely.
And I don't really have any indie ones to recommend. I just have the ones that, that I was talking about before.
Yeah.
With 7C. Oh my God. Bandit Marauder's challenging me on the log, so I shoot him twice and he fucking dies.
Nice.
Anyway, 7C, Jackals, and the other one. I forget the third one I was talking about. Or maybe it was just 2.
I think it was just the 2, honestly.
Introduction into the world of storytelling games in general. Whether you agree or disagree with my take that Dungeons & Dragons is a fundamentally broken system, and I think it truly is, I do hope, inevitably, that you will try a different or perhaps other role-playing game. If you like the content that we
What
make
is the
here,
difference
a
between
like, a
different
comment, a share,
and other?
Yeah. Maybe he means like fantasy to fantasy, you know?
Oh, okay.
That would make more sense.
Maybe.
Yeah. Like Pathfinder.
subscribe. All of the YouTube pleasantries do a really, really big deal for us, and I really, really appreciate it. But until next time, I'm Kyle for Desks and Dorks. Thanks for watching. And, you've been awesome. Peace.
Oh, thanks. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club.
Okay, I don't care. Thank you.
Yeah.
Cool. Not the best video, for sure.
The take is incorrect, but we have learned about some other RPGs, and that's useful. And we also learned that degrees of failure exist, rules as written in D&D.
Exactly. We have learned some stuff, which is good. Which is good. And this took this took 4 hours, like I thought it would take less than that, but you know. And we even skipped 4 minutes of that video. So
Yep. So that means we got to go back and watch that.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. No, but yeah, that's the video. Maybe he should have just done the shout outs. Honestly. Yes. Let's see here. What else we got? I always say it's good to have a balanced media diet with both mainstream and indie underground stuff. Oh yeah, for sure. You know, if McDonald's is costing as much as a decent restaurant now, I'm starting to not really see the point. I guess it's supposedly faster in theory, but sometimes it isn't really now, I guess.
Yeah. It's just not worth it anymore. Like, that time could be spent on, I mean,
well, now that
you know what I mean?
the time is saved by just getting it through like DoorDash, right?
Yeah.
Like, which costs an arm and a leg, so don't do that either. Don't be like me. Well, I guess it's a little faster usually, but you're not really enough to rely on it if you're in a hurry. Yes.
Yeah. Just go out and fucking touch grass.
That's right.
Dude, let me just say, as someone who's moved recently, I see DoorDash on my phone and I go, oh boy, there's a ton of new restaurants near me.
Yep.
It's a threat.
It is it's a bit, dude. When I looked at DoorDash and I saw there was I think it's a ghost kitchen pizza thing. It's unfortunate that it's a ghost kitchen, but it was pizza, and I went, "Oh, none of the pizza places deliver to me, but I can get it through this." So I have.
Oh, they don't deliver to you?
No, I'm too far away. Unfortunately, yeah.
He's been blacklisted.
I've been, yeah, exactly. They just don't want to serve me anymore, which is fine.
Yeah,
you know?
Like, it's a fucking war zone outside of Alejo's house.
That's right. I live in danger.
Yeah, they'll be
those brave DoorDash drivers.
Yeah, man. They lose like 2 every time.
Yeah, exactly,
Alejo
dude.
orders
It's
something.
it's
That's why
usually
it's so expensive.
it's a regiment of DoorDash people, and then when they get there, it's just the one guy, and he's dragging himself, and he says, here's your food," and I say,
Here, take it.
thank you so much for your service," and then he gives me my food, and I never see that guy again. I've
Yeah.
never seen the
He
same guy
wasn't
twice.
kidding when he said it costs an arm and a leg.
Exactly.
It's like, have you ever played Helldivers and died and then
Oh.
walked up to your corpse and then grabbed your samples?
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
That's what the DoorDash drivers are doing with Alejo's food order.
You can just
Every
keep
time
going.
one dies, a new one just drops in, and it's like, all right, I'll carry it another 30 feet.
It's just gonna keep going.
It's just, I mean, they gotta make that delivery.
Is the
let's
horse dead
see.
enough?
Yeah, I think so. Let's see. It's cool that he.
Yeah, not yet. A little bit more. And you know Alejo's not tipping.
Indeed.
Oh, dude! Ouch! No, I tipped them. They're doing. They gotta.
Well,
Anyway.
I mean, no, there's no point in tipping.
That's
'cause
true.
they're
They are
already bleeding
dead.
out.
That is true.
Yeah.
What are they gonna do with it?
If you
Yeah.
tip every one of them like $10, you're gonna have to pay $120.
That is, you know what? That
in
is true. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. I really should stop, I guess.
It's
It's not like your
irresponsible.
tip could ever cover their medical bills.
That's also true. You know what? That's true.
Ooh.
Oh god. Okay. It's cool.
Anyway.
It's cool that he shouted out all those other systems. But the point of the video could have been made better. Yes.
Yes.
I don't want to admit how long it took me to realize that it wasn't a picture of Cthulhu grabbing a Dalek for that lighthouse one. Yeah, that's fair. 2 comments saved, 1 saved, right? Yes, I will get to them in a second. Just use DoorDash to find restaurants. Censorship apparently required. Really?
Oh.
You had to put a star instead of A for it to go through the
Oh.
filter? That's weird.
That's
Oh,
weird.
damn. That's what I do actually when I want to try to find restaurants.
That's fair. I really have been meaning to. So there's a restaurant here that's like in the middle of my town here that is only open like from the crack of dawn to like 3 p.m. And
Ugh.
it's for all of the older community that lives here. It makes sense to me because that's you know they're all basically at home all day, so they can go over and get their restaurant. But I've wanted to try it, and every time I'm like, I get home way too late.
Mm.
I'm going to work.
Mhm.
There's also a little coffee shop with like pastries and stuff apparently that I really want to try that I just haven't had the time to go to /energy, which is annoying.
Ah.
I want it.
Mm.
Anyway.
Well, once you're fucking Jesus Christ. Sorry, dragon just fucking landed immediately in front of me.
Yeah.
It scared the shit out of me. What the fuck was I gonna say? Oh, right, and this is your hell month, so
Yes,
of
it
course
is.
you're not gonna have any
No,
fucking
I don't
energy
have-
at the end of the.
Yeah, I don't have extra time or
Yeah.
energy to really try.
So actually, what energy drink are you on right now?
Coffee specific. Like I'm not
Okay,
coffee
yeah.
and tea,
Yeah.
liquid death teas as well. So like I'm, hey, I'm doing okay.
Mhm. You're awake.
I'm awake. That's all that
Yeah,
matters.
You
dude.
know-
When your month is over, you're gonna have like 3 days where you're just completely fucking worthless and
Yeah,
just
exactly.
dead.
Yes, 100%.
It's gonna be great.
It's gonna be great.
You know, Alejo, I
Alright.
was thinking earlier today about when I gave you your first salted caramel
Yeah,
monster.
you fucking bastard. Yeah.
And like you started drinking it, and you're like, "Oh, this is good," and I was like, "First one's free."
Yeah, I remember. Yeah. I can't drink them anymore because they hurt me. Like now, it sucks.
I don't think Monster even makes them anymore.
Do they not make them anymore? That sucks for everyone else who could drink it.
I've not seen it.
Damn. Yeah, I don't think I've
Trust
seen
me,
one
I've
in a
been
very long
looking.
time.
So wait, do you drink energy drinks still or no?
Not anymore. I don't drink energy drinks
okay.
anymore. No, I
Oh,
just
okay,
drink
'cause I was-
sparkling water and the teas from Liquid Death, and then coffee and water. Really.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say that monsters. I used to drink
Yeah.
them, and then I would have like horrible crashes and shit.
Yeah, fair. Yeah.
Whenever I swapped over to Ghost, that's the one that I drink when I do want an energy drink. I never crash. It's
Okay.
not. There's no sugar,
Oh yeah. Fair. Yeah,
and they're fucking good
yeah.
too.
no sugar
Yeah.
ones are usually better for that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I still drink energy drinks, but I make sure that I cut them like 1-to-1 with like seltzer or something.
Yeah, that's
Like
smart.
I'll drink a seltzer while also drinking a monster,
Yeah,
just so
that's-
that I can kind of slow how quickly caffeine enters my system.
Yeah, that's
Mm.
smart. That's real smart. Anyway,
Mm-hmm.
well, thank you all for joining us for the evening for that video. We appreciate you immensely. I will, of course, extend the invitation for my lovely, lovely friends here. If you would like to, you can bounce now. It is late.
Yes.
Um,
It is late and I am hungry.
Yeah,
But before
fair.
I go, Aiden,
Yes, that is me.
you were talking about with the Weird West earlier, and that you like it. I want to recommend a game to you, and it is on Steam.
Oh,
I remember, and I've also played Evil West. Fucking great.
I need
Love
to
that
play that.
yeah,
I have
dude.
it, and I
Yeah,
haven't played it
Evil
yet.
West is great.
game. Evil West is great, but what I have to recommend, and also I recommend it to you too, Alejo, look up Blood West.
I have that. Yep. Blood West
Very
is good.
good.
Blood West
Yep.
is a good game.
It's fucking great.
Yep.
Aiden, I think you will love the shit out of it. It's kind of a open world-ish stealth game
Yes.
where
Yeah,
it's set in the Old West, and you've got like revolvers, lever action rifles,
Yep.
bows and arrows and shit. And there's like Native American legends. You fight Wendigos.
That's crazy.
All right. Yeah, no, I'm big into Eldritch horror,
Yeah.
stealth FPS, Weird West.
Yes.
And it takes place over a number of areas,
Mhm.
and there's lots of shit to do.
There's a few different characters too in it that you are,
Mm-hmm.
and upgrades and stuff.
And they recently did an expansion where
Yeah.
they added a fourth area and a different character.
Oh, cool. I haven't gotten that. I never finished it, but it was pretty fucking good from what I was playing.
It's fucking good. I
Yeah.
have finished it.
Oh,
I haven't played the new stuff though, but
Mm.
highly, highly recommended it.
Mm. I will absolutely get it.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Cool stuff.
Yep.
All right.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and go. Good
All right.
to finally actually be a part of a podcast again.
Yeah.
I suppose, minor update because I was gone for so long
Yeah.
and barely really explained it to the people in who watch, but I'm still writing Call of Cthulhu. I was obviously still writing my shit, and I got to a part where I was explaining this to Alejo, and I think also Aiden, you might also know, I don't remember, but I'm writing the 6th adventure, and where I was before, I had 9 pages of adventure, and then 22 full pages of appendices for
Yes.
shit that can happen in the area where that adventure would be taking place. And then I also had to do encounter tables for that.
Hell yeah.
For 7 different locations.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Damn, brother.
That is fucking finally all done. It took me literal months to actually finish it all because holy fuck, it was at the point where I would like write a paragraph or 2 and then just my fucking brain just checked out.
Yeah, fair.
So I burned myself the fuck out. But now I'm finally back to writing the adventure. I have all the details I need, and it's going so much better now.
Good.
Glad for you, brother.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's very good.
Me too. Don't you worry. But yeah, I am back and hope to be in the podcast again more regularly.
Cool.
I did not leave because I wanted to.
You're right. Yeah. No worries.
Yeah.
No worries at all.
Yeah, and I guess I will follow suit and give an update. I have moved and got a new job.
Yeah.
Yippee! Woo! Yippee! But yeah, things are settling down in my life, and I'm hoping to join the podcast more regularly in the future.
Fuck yeah. All right. Well, thank you both for coming on again,
Mm-hmm.
and I will see you both later on. Hey.
Goodbye.
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 Bye-bye.
Get the fuck out of here, Alejo.
No, I gotta,
Go.
no,
You go.
No,
because if I leave, I'll look like a pussy.
no, wait, but, I love those guys. Okay. All right. Let me now read comments for everybody. Thank you very much for continuing to hang in here if you still are. So, we have a couple of comments. Let me get this on the screen. There we are. Okay. Couple of comments to go over. That's Timothy's comments, one that I left from last week, and this one from 2 weeks ago, when my voice was dying. No, last week. Yeah, whatever. One's now, and the other one I didn't read. Anyway, okay, cool. So, Timothy says, 2 weeks ago, hello, bros. Hello. New lore. Title, The Stone Goblin. Excuse me, let me burp really quick. Okay. Leroy's party found themselves in a small lizard folk settlement after their run-in with the Green Hag about a day ago. Still worrying about what happened to Cornell after the hostile Bullywug ambush. Leroy was frantically asking questions to the locals for as much information as possible, while Star Ruby kept Woodard's mind off things by sparring. The settlement had a tiny marketplace where random items were up for trade, mostly handmade objects and herbs, spices, and plants found in the swamp. But a few people were trading things they found outside the swamp from their travels. Leroy walked around the market looking for supplies when he stumbled across something that made him stop in his tracks. One vendor had a life-size stone goblin. For some reason, the goblin looked like someone he knew. Leroy stood there, studying the goblin, trying to remember. The vendor became annoyed that a random human was blocking their stand, so they spoke up. Vendor: hey, bud, you got anything to trade or what? Leroy: right, sorry, I'm interested in the stone goblin. Where did it come from? Nice piece, isn't it? I was in Steelwood not too long ago, and a wacky elf in a tent was selling it. Only 3 coppers for it. I figured someone would give a good amount for it. Something sparked in Leroy's mind. Wacky elf in Steelwood with a tent. He realized the stone goblin was hardened somehow and turned to stone. Leroy shuddered at the thought of Harden's former boss seeing he was turned to stone and just selling him instead of helping him. Leroy: I see. What do you want for it? Vendor: hard to say. This is high-end art, right? I don't want to lose out on value. After 10 years of 9 or more hour shifts in a trading house, Leroy was deep in his comfort zone. High-end art indeed. You're looking for upfront, a product for product trade, correct? One moment. Leroy opened his bag and pulled out a bunch of things he picked up around the area. Leroy: I have 2 types of mushrooms great for trade, or food. A few rare herbs I was lucky to find that can be used in healing soups or potions if you know how to make them, or the herbs can be sold for at least 30 to 50 silver in most markets. And from what I remember, a piece of stone art this size goes for 1 silver tops. But you might need to check the markets yourself. Something might have changed. But as for now, this is a fair trade. The vendor blinked their eyes several times, trying to keep up. Vendor: there's not much moss on your trunk, I see. Alright, I will take your offer. Leroy: very good choice. Can you wait here while I get my friend to lift this? Vendor: I won't give it to anyone else. Get your help. Leroy brought Star Ruby to help move the frozen goblin. Star Ruby: run that by me again, boss? This hunk of rock is who? Leroy: that goblin we talked to in Port Crandall. Your memory is better than mine, boss. And mine, I actually don't remember. I met with him again when we were in Steelwood looking for Targasus. He was working in a run-down tent owned by an elf that, from the look of the products for sale, works in the underground market. A lot of things most traders and merchants won't sell. And from the looks of it, something went wrong, and the jackass sold his own employee. I couldn't just leave him there. If we can get our hands on a few things, I can free him from this prison. Star Ruby. Sounds good to me, boss. I wouldn't want to be stuck like this either, or get sold for pocket change. The two went back to their camp to figure out what to do next. That's all I got. Have a nice day. Thank you. And I apologize for having to keep your comment until now, but thank you for the comment. And we'll move on to your other one, Timothy, from last week's episode, saying, "Hello, bros. New lore." Title, When Age Catches Up With You. Targasus was working in his office when he felt a sudden spike of magical energy nearby. He knew it wasn't Talathorn because the Copper Dragon was out doing a job. Targasus closed the scroll he was writing and started to walk toward where this power was coming from. It led him into the main waiting room of the IMO South Branch. It was mostly empty. It actually had been relatively quiet as of late. The waiting room is where people that need help with a magic-related problem will be sent until someone can take the job. Targasus scanned the room, his eyes locked on a hooded figure sitting on the left side of the room. A tall, slender person clad in black velvet. The person seemed to notice they were being studied, looked up sharply right at Targasus. The stranger stood up and started walking toward the elder Alabaster. Soon the two were face to face, and then the stranger spoke in a deep, guttural tone that sent a chill up the druid's spine, which didn't happen that often. Stranger, are you the one that will assist me? Targasus, that depends. What do you need? Stranger, is there a private place we can talk? Targasus, yes, come to my office. As the two went down the hallway, Targasus couldn't shake the feeling of danger. Now in the office, Targasus slowly took a seat at his desk, trying not to show how he was feeling. Targasus, please have a seat, stranger. Have a seat, excuse me. Stranger, I'll stand if you don't mind. Targasus, of course. Now tell me your story. Ha ha, yes, my story. I've heard a mage that works here has been abusing someone under my care. I have been insulted, and the perpetrator must be punished. The stranger's words felt like crossbow bolts to the brain, making Targasus shuffle in his chair. Targasus, who are you? Stranger, is my name really necessary? Targasus, I'm afraid so. I need to know who I'm working for. Very well. You stand before the archdevil, Dispotter. Targasus started trying to remember anything he knew about archdevils to prepare for the worst. Dispotter. You can't got your tongue? Isn't this... Targasus. No. Why would an archdevil dirty their hands by hunting down a random mage? Dispotter. You question who I am? Want me to prove it? Targasus. Oh, no, Dispotter. Give me your hand. Targasus, that is not... Give me your hand. The tone in Potter's voice, grew more aggressive. Targasus stood up and walked to the tall, hooded figure, holding out their hand. I don't want to trouble you with proving yourself. Dispotter. You are troubling me by not allowing me to prove myself. Fear does not look good on you, my dear human. You won't die. Steel your nerve and stare into the abyss. Fine, so be it. The druid took the devil's hand. Targasus was quickly overwhelmed with pain. Gritting his teeth, fighting the urge to scream, dropping to one knee. Targasus lost the polymorph spell that was hiding his true age, due to losing focus. His hair, now snow white, and his face showing all 115 years he'd lived. He couldn't let go because of Potter's iron grip. Dispotter. Oh, I forgot Dispotter's rank while writing, so I defaulted to Archdevil. I don't remember. But it is Dispotter. It's one word. Dispotter. I think. Anyway. You were pretty strong to hold a polymorph so long. A bit vain, perhaps. If you hate old age so much, why not let death take you? You don't need to answer. I was just thinking out loud. Targasus Alabaster is your name. Quite strong indeed for a human. Keep training and you could reach 200 easy. Your future is uncertain after that. Magic can only keep your body fit for so long. Nature needs to take its course sometime. Targasus, please stop. A Dispotter. Do you believe who I am now? Yes, Dispotter. Oh yes. I will let go if you stand. Make those 115 years worth something. Targasus fought harder than he ever did in his life to simply get to his feet. When he managed to rise, and Dispotter released him, Dispotter, well done. All that time wasn't a waste, after all. Targasus, I have plans to deal with my lifespan. That is no concern of yours. It's your life. I don't particularly care how you plan to run from death. Now, unless you want to play some more, can you help me find the mage I'm looking for? Targasus, I will see what I can find. One moment. Targasus started looking through some papers, his hair slowly returning to brown as he regained focus. Dispotter, meet me outside of town when you find something. The Archdevil stepped into a shadow and disappeared. Well, that's all I got. Have a nice day. P.S. Too bad I slept through this one. It sounded like fun. Also, could you tell it was Dispotter before he said his name? If not, that's what I pictured in my head watching Devils and Dice when he showed up. Fair enough. Cool. Dispotter, in 2 words, is the Roman equivalent to Hades. I guess the Archdevil version is 1 word. Yes. That's true. And yes. They put it as 1 word, as far as I remember. I could be wrong. It's the city of Dis, and then it's Dispotter who is the Archdevil. I think, I don't actually know what he is technically, but that's cool, man. I like the reference. And also, I did not think it was him beforehand. I had no idea. Anyway, makes sense I defaulted to Greek. There you go. That makes sense. Yeah. Anyway, that's it for comments. Thank you for your comments, of course. I'm going to just go through the little spiel. It's not going to be too long. I'm going to be pretty quick. First off, hey, we have a website. You can go over there to get to everything that I have been talking about in the beginning of the show, as well as the things that I will talk about, of course. That being, we have a Patreon and a Ko-fi, or Ko-fi, however you want to say it. And going over there, you can become a table flipper. I'm going to, tomorrow, I'm going to give the table flippers their exclusive little code for the shop, because if you're a table flipper, you're going to get that access to that code. So that's going to be a thing. Neat. Anyway, table flippers can be either on the Patreon or the Ko-fi. Same exact benefits. And of course, the same kinds of shoutouts. That being said, thank you. A big thank you goes out to Steely, Draco Kraken, and Rick, aka Rico, for being in tier 4 for so long. We appreciate you immensely. Of course, of course, of course. Thank you so much. And a thank you goes out to Crimson Rose in tier 2, being that way for a while. Thank you. And of course, a thank you goes out to our tier 1 contributor. Appreciate you all, of course, every day. We thank you very much. You've been able to make physical objects a reality that represent the game. Like, hey, the dice. And also, the keychains. Hey, ho, hey, ho. Yeah, so if you go over into our site here, you can also go to our Fourth Wall shop through that link, also in the description, and see the keychains that are here now. You can get all 3 keychains with using the code CREWKEYS for 20% off when you get all 3 of the keychains together. I hope you do. It takes off a good chunk. Obviously, there's also the dice, all of the coasters, the mug, the little mouse pad, all that stuff is there for you to get if you wish to, of course. I would recommend it. I love these little keychains. I'm gonna hang them on my bag. And then when people come up to me and say, "What the fuck are those?" I'll go, "Don't worry about it. It's just a little podcast that I like. Don't worry about it. It's pretty cool." And they won't know what I'm talking about. It'll be great. But I use these coasters all the fucking time, actually, like, personally. Like, I'm using them right now for my drinks, and everything. And they're nice little coasters. I just like coasters a lot. The dice, I use them a lot, too. I use, the mug as well. I don't think... Oh, no, I have the old mug. I need the new mug. I gotta get myself a mug. I don't use this because I don't have a big one yet. But I'm gonna make a big one that's like the big, like, desk size mouse pad design once I figure out what we can do for that. But regardless, the little one is there. Anyway. So it's all there. All stuff that you can buy if you wish to, of course. Moving right along, you can donate directly to our PayPal if you wish. You can do that. There's also... You can go through Humble Bundle using our affiliate link down in the description, as well as clicking on here. And you can go and get whatever you want through Humble Bundle. Give us a little bit of a kickback. Look, Warhammer RPG Starter Bundle. Hey, now that's cool. Pretty cool. Maybe you would like some of that. There's also the Dungeon Masters Tabletop Essentials right here for 3D printable sceneries and accessories. So if you've got a 3D printer. Some Dungeon Masters Guild top content from the D&D community is still here that you might want. Wahoo! There's also the Tabletop RPGs World Building and Folklore that I still need to actually buy myself. How much was this? This was $18. Yeah, I can do that. I can do that today, actually. I'll do that later. Where you can get a bunch of folklore and other things, which is pretty cool. I actually just really want it for the folklore myself, so that I can use it for Delta Green stuff. Anyway, anything you buy through here, I believe, using the link in the description, will give us a little bit of a kickback. So please, if you would, if you're thinking about going on a Humble Bundle, utilize that stuff. And also, I've been thinking about... So I don't want to spam links, because it does give me links every time a new, like, bundle or something comes into play for Humble. Putting them in, like, the Discord and stuff, so that people get direct links to things that will also help support us. But I don't know. I'm thinking about it, but I'm also like, I don't know if I want to just, like, spam people with links, you know? So if that link in the description really does work as it should, then I hope that that's enough. I don't know. But if people want to know more about, like, what's coming out and everything, get specialized links sent out, then you can. You just let me know, I guess, if that's of interest. But anyway, moving right along here, we also are affiliated with Drive-Thru, the Drive-Thru sites. All the links are here that you can click on our website. The Drive-Thru RPG link is in the description. Gifts you to somewhere like here, Drive-Thru RPG, where you can buy a bunch of RPG stuff. Look, the multiverse role-playing game for Marvel is out, apparently, and all over the place. I didn't even know this. There's also, looks like single-player mode for Cyberpunk. Oh, that's interesting. But yeah, using the link in our description, within 15 days of purchasing something after you use it, will give us a little bit of a kickback as well. So go and get some Achtung Cthulhu if you want, maybe, or use the Castle Crab. That sounds hilariously awesome. I don't know, man. Do whatever you want, all right? I can't tell you what to do. I'm not your dad, all right? That's just true. But regardless, don't spam links. They're kind of dangerous. That is true. Thank you all very much for joining me this evening. I appreciate it immensely. And of course, thank you for joining our everybody here as well. We all appreciate you, and we'll see you next week for another exciting episode of Table Talk, Discussion, and Discourse. Hopefully soon enough, my the month is over, and I can rest, and it will be glorious. And then I can actually we can do like gaming streams again, you know? Because I miss doing those. I want to play video games again in front of the people. But I'm tired. Anyway, thank you again. Go and buy those. Go and get those keychains maybe if you can. If you can't, just look at those keychains. Look at them. They're so cool. I fucking love these fucking keychains. We finally have fucking physical representations of each other. It's crazy. Anyway, promo code CrewKeys. CREWKEYS. Crewkey. Okay, that's enough. Thank you. I'll see you next week. Goodbye. Bye-bye.